Welcome to Copenhagen, host city for Electronomus, the International Mobility Summit. A vibrant metropolis and one of the world's most livable cities. Blessed with bundles of Scandinavian charm, this harbour city frequently tops the rankings for quality of life. With Copenhagen's strong focus on sustainability and its ambition to be carbon neutral by 2025, we are delighted to call it home for the next 2 years. Copenhagen is a lively capital city with a cosy feel, a cultural hub that's simple to navigate. Airport transfer to the city centre takes just 12 minutes by metro, with hotels and the event venue all within easy reach of public transport lines. Explore every inch of the city like a local. The streets are bicycle friendly, with dedicated bike lanes shared by tourists and commuters alike. Meet government and city managers, policymakers, mobility startups, micro-mobility companies, venture capitalists, investors, and the shapeshifters leading the charge in this new era of mobility and smart city technology. Discover world-renowned Danish design, architecture, fashion, museums, lush parklands, or take a swim in the harbour. Top it off with new Nordic cuisine, served at Michelin-starred restaurants and street food markets. You can find it all in Copenhagen. Electronomus, future mobility, livable cities and sustainable transport. Join our global community. Live in Copenhagen and online at electronomus.com.
Hello and a warm welcome to Electronomus 2021, the International Mobility Summit. My name is June Young, your host, live from Copenhagen. It's day 4 of our online event where we present to you the movers and shakers of future mobility and smart cities. Remember to post on social media with the hashtag TIMS2021. And many of you have been engaging with our speakers by posting your questions in the Q&A section on the right side of your screen. So do keep it up and keep your questions coming in. Remember to also interact with our great partners and content providers by clicking on the Expo tab on the left. And above Expo, you'll find the Networking tab. Only 2 days left in this event, so maximize your time here by connecting with a fellow attendee. Drop us a note if you face any issues or email us at info@electronomus.com. So later in the day, I am so excited to be able to meet those of you joining us in person at the Bella Center Copenhagen. We're going to have an amazing lineup such as Chris Peters, Vice President of the European Investment Bank, Georgie Smallwood from Tier Mobility, Anders Wall from Green Mobility, and Matthew Baldwin, the Deputy Director General of DG Move at the European Commission, and so much more. We promise you some great talks and Scandinavian hospitality. So, if you'd like to join us but haven't got your tickets, last chance now to get them at electronomus.com. And we'll see you at the Bella Center Copenhagen at 3 p.m. CET. We kick off day 4 with a presentation by the man at the helm of Holo, the mobility company that has provided autonomous transportation solutions on the ground and also in the air. Holo is the largest AV operator in the Nordics as well as the Baltics, with more than 80,000 kilometers on the road. To share more on this and how we can keep moving mobility forward, let's cross over right now to Christian Bering Pedersen. Christian, CEO of Holo. Good to have you.
Thank you very much. Good to be here.
All right, so we're ready for you. Go ahead.
Yeah, great. Thank you very much. Yes, my name is Christian. I'm the CEO of Holo, here to give you a brief presentation of what we do and how it is to be an autonomous operator in Scandinavia at the moment. First of all, we're a corporate startup, so founded back in 2016 by the Semler Group, Denmark's largest car importer, distributor. So about every fourth car that's sold in Denmark is sold through the Semler Group, one of the Volkswagen Group brands that you see on the left side. So obviously in 2016, there was a large amount of optimism around autonomy being a disruptor in the existing automotive business. It hasn't really turned out that way, but we're still around, and we're still our owners still think that this is going to be a very important strategic area in the future. We're one of 3 innovation companies, as you can see over on the right side. Fleet monitoring, another company for car leasing. And then we're definitely the more radical of the 3 companies with the longest timeline to being a normal business operating autonomous vehicles. But that was kind of expected as well. A short timeline for the company history. We started operating on public roads back in 2018 in Sweden. The one you see in the middle is not vehicles, even though there's a bus next to it. It's the number of kilometers. 2019 was a very busy year. We launched in Norway, Estonia, Finland for the first time. And finally, in 2020, we launched in Denmark. Our first route in Denmark, the first autonomous route in Denmark, was launched about 5 days before everything got shut down due to Corona, after 3 years of an application process that we thought were going to take 6 months. So that was quite challenging. We are based in Copenhagen, so of course we had expected to start there first, but that was not how it turned out. What we have also seen is that the vehicles that we have been operating since 2018 is not going to bring us to where we want to be. So of course we are looking now to the next generation of vehicles, and kind of changing our focus a little bit in that way. We have gained a lot of experience riding all these kilometers. So for us, even though we have the background that we do with a company that sells individually owned cars, we do think that the autonomy of the future is going to be shared. What drives me personally is this number that a normal European car is parked 92% of the time. So I think that there's a huge potential for improvement in that number. Every city would look different if we can just adjust that number by a little bit. And we do think that autonomy will bring that combination of convenience and low cost once we have the technology working. So if I could only show you guys one slide, and I do have limited time, I would probably show you this one. This is everything Holo does on one slide. From the top left corner, where we talk to airports, hospitals, harbor areas, office parks, municipalities, PTAs, about where do they want to test autonomy and where do they see it becoming an important part of their mobility in the future. We are also quite involved in finding the right funding for the projects. Of course, a lot of innovation projects going on at the moment. The industry not being completely mature yet, that is sometimes necessary, and we have some pretty good experience with that. Down in the bottom left corner is where our bottleneck is actually is at the moment, in that we have the customers that want to experiment with autonomy, but we need the more mature technology available to us. We need something where we can see that there is a clear timeline towards actually taking the safety driver out of the vehicle and operating safely in doing that. But luckily, we are seeing that we are seeing that development now, and we are seeing major progress being made in that direction. So I have to keep moving in this meeting rooms for the lights to be on. If we find the match between the customers in the top left corner and the vendor in the bottom left, and we move into the middle phase here, we've been heavily involved in getting the vehicles approved. We've been heavily involved in getting the projects approved in different places. It is different from between the different Scandinavian countries, and it is a process where everyone is learning, and it has been done the first time in the last 2 years probably for most places. So yeah, a complicated process that's hopefully getting easier as everyone learns more and more. It has been our responsibility to train everyone involved in the route, from the safety drivers in the vehicle to people supervising and everyone involved basically. There's this loop down here at the bottom, risk management compliance. We're taking inspiration from aviation, among others, to really put safety first. So of course we say we're going to do things in a certain way in our application to the authorities, but we also have to follow up that we actually get it done. And if we need to change something because the world looks a little different than we thought, we have to go back and get it approved before we actually start doing it in this loop back and forth. Deployment phase, pretty critical, mapping the route, preparing the route for autonomy. It's between the planning and operations phase because we do it, of course, before we go driving, but continual changes to the route makes it necessary to also make some of those changes along the way. And we think that's a perfect role for us as someone who has the local presence on the route to take care of those tasks. Or on the right side, field operations is our guys in the vehicle. Of course, in time they will not be there. That's the whole point. But we will gradually, reduce their responsibility in the vehicle more and more until we can take them out, put them on a bus stop next to the vehicle, and then gradually move them further and further to the next point, to what some people call supervision, what some people call the control center, where we will be doing remote control and all the supervision tasks in the future. So that's where the main action will be, like a flight controller for the air. We will have guys sitting there monitoring the fleet of vehicles. And then, of course, there's maintenance, maintaining a software system on a vehicle and making sure all the sensors work is not the same as maintaining the mechanical system. So that's also kind of pretty specialized task we're getting pretty good at. And then the project management running through all of this. A little bit of what it looks like. If we get contacted by someone who wants to investigate a route, we go into the details with maps and data. We try to figure out the road complexity, the road quality, the speed that is required, how many passengers do you want to drive around, and all these different things. And we try to compare that with what we have available in terms of technology, and find the right technical solution for that. Basically, we don't want to oversell. We don't want to launch routes where we can't show good performance. So of course we have to be realistic about what is possible currently. So sometimes we have to say no. Sometimes we'll say, well, we'll be back in a year or two when we think we have the right solution. That's the better setup for everyone. We're also in touch with all the different software vendors and vehicle vendors out there, as many as we can, and we try to set up a structured process for evaluating all these different vendors. Of course, there's the hardware, there's the vehicle, there's the autonomous software at the core of it. There's the commercial setup. It needs to be a healthy setup that is sustainable for everyone, also from a commercial point of view. Support and other processes. You should never buy a piece of software that doesn't have support, so that is super important. And of course, all the other software around it, the API, the data integrations, and everything that goes into that is something where we very much know what the right questions to ask are now, the different vendors. Getting things approved, as mentioned, is not easy. This is a comparison of all the different places we've been in. We have been in the media in Denmark to criticize the legislation. We're hoping for changes to that. As you can see, it is pretty much the longest process that we have found in Scandinavia. Other countries are definitely more flexible, but of course everyone is still learning how to do this. So we hope it becomes more smooth, and we hope to see European rules being implemented as well. That makes this easier to manage. Little overview of what we've done in the past. All the projects over on the right side is completed projects that have run months or even years, some of them in different locations. We are still operating 3 routes at the moment, one in Aalborg in Denmark until the end of November, so a little while longer. We are in the ski area in Oslo. I'm in Oslo today. That's also why I'm not going to be able to be at the Bella Center later today to look at this ski route. And we launched last week in Slagelse with a new project that we're going to be running until the spring of 2022. And there's other projects in the pipeline. This is the one that is almost public. I don't think the press release has gone out yet, so maybe I'm breaking some rules with our communications guys here, but we'll let that one slide. There is others that are not quite ready to be announced yet as well. And yeah, we'll get back to the drones in a second. We've driven a lot of kilometers. It's not comparable to the Waymos and Cruises and the market-leading guys out there, but for the technology that has been available to us, which in this case has primarily been the Navia vehicles that you'll see in a second, I think we are some of the ones that have driven more kilometers than pretty much anyone that at least I know of. I'm happy to be corrected if someone has actually driven more than this. So this is what it looks like. This was Sweden back in 2018. Waterfront office park area in the center of Gothenburg. This is what it looks like in the Aalborg route. It's a residential area with high rises, reduced speed area where there's bikes and there's pedestrians. There's no cars on this particular path that we're driving on, but they can cross the path in different ways. So still challenging. And this was the Nordhavn area in Copenhagen, where, as you can see, the Corona face shields are on in different locations here. This was on the harborfront in Oslo some time back, where we were driving right in the middle of Oslo with the cruise ships in the background, which will definitely confuse this first generation autonomous vehicles when it's there during mapping, or it's not there during mapping and suddenly it's gone and then it's back again. Like a big wall of steel will definitely confuse your vehicle. So there's a lot of different things that we learned from these projects to let us kind of evaluate the maturity of the technology. As you can see, mixed traffic, cars, pedestrians, scooters, bikes, tourists, normal residents, all kinds of people here, and everyone had a good experience. It was actually a quite popular route. Then we drove in the suburbs of Oslo as well, in an area called Ormøya, on an island that's connected to the mainland. And as you can see, I'm not showing you 3D renderings of the future. I'm showing you us getting stuck in the snow in the winter. I'm showing you us getting stuck behind the city bus, changing spare parts, people blocking our route, us talking to the local school children about not interfering with the LiDAR so the vehicle brakes. Because, you know, that is what we do. We make things work in real life, and it's not always that pretty, and it's not always that stable and mature, but that's why we're there for everyone to learn in these projects. So there was a big transition at the beginning of the year, the Navia vehicles in the background, and then the new project that we are starting, that we started at the beginning of the year with these vehicles that you see in the foreground. So this is a project that we're quite proud of. Of course, it helps to have a big name in there. Toyota is pretty recognizable to everyone. They supplied the ProAce vans that you see here. Sensible 4 from Finland retrofitted these vehicles with sensors and provided the autonomous software. And Router, that we have also worked on the other projects, it's their red branding that you see. They are the PTA for Oslo. So they have the customer experience, and we're integrated into their normal public transport systems. And then we are the operator, making sure that things actually work, that all these components play together very, very well. So this is the route that I'll be visiting later today. This is why I'm in Oslo. And this is a super interesting project for us. We're learning a lot, and now we are a multi-vendor company, so we can start updating all our processes and everything to be generic across these different vehicle vendors. Timeline for this project, to be honest, it would have been faster if we hadn't had Corona, of course. The contracts were signed in the beginning of 2020, and we only started taking passengers in April 2021. We would have done that pretty much almost a year earlier if it hadn't been for Corona, but that's just the way things are. But yeah, super interesting projects. Driving in the snow in the winter here in Norway is definitely challenging, but we are learning a lot. And soon electric vehicles will be arriving, which is very important in Norway. Then we just launched on Wednesday last week in Denmark a project with the Navia vehicles and the yellow branding of Movia, which is the PTA for Copenhagen and the region around Copenhagen as well. So you see the Minister of Transportation in the top right corner cutting the ribbon. One of the interesting things about this project is we are driving on demand with these vehicles now. So the screenshot that you see down in the middle bottom here is the screen that is on the bus signs. Where you will be able to push the button on the screen and basically order a trip to one of the clinics in this hospital area. So the idea is that you don't have to go the full route if there is not demand in one of these clinics. We will basically just skip that bus stop and go on a more direct route. So a proper on-demand testing with these vehicles now integrated into the systems of Movia's PTA systems. So that's really interesting. One of the key things that we do is what we call the supervision of the route, so the operational monitoring. There's a lot on this slide, but basically we see ourselves as a software implementer, and this is where it starts. We troubleshoot the software. Our guy in the vehicle starts troubleshooting, and then he has our supervision as backup to really figure out all the problems that might arise and exceptions and all these things. So of course we want to play that back as feature requests to the vendor. We collect a lot of data for operational reporting, maintenance, incident management, and all these things is our responsibility. And this is becoming like a really specialized discipline. We see that this is something that we think is core to our business in the future. Yeah, then we also fly drones. I'll cover this quite briefly, but we are flying later this year. We will be flying blood samples between the Danish hospitals from the island of Ærø to the hospital in Svendborg and on to the hospital in Odense. Even at the hospital close to the rescue helicopter that you see on the left side. Super interesting project. And we're going from the smaller drone, as you see on the right side for testing, to the really big drone for the really proper freight. So we see ourselves now as being in aviation properly, with all the safety procedures and everything that comes with it. So this is what it looks like. You get an idea of how big the other drone is when you see the size of this drone, because that is not small either, but the other drone will be absolutely massive. So again, we're the ones out in the real world implementing these things and making it work in close collaboration with Rigitech that is delivering this drone, and with the other partners in the project, the hospitals, the local university, and a lot of other guys. Yeah, and as mentioned, at the end of this year, hopefully, depending on some deadlines that are coming up, we do plan to actually start proper freight deliveries with blood samples before the end of this year. That's the hope. Some of the stuff that we do, I mentioned a little bit already. We do the procedures. We do everything that needs to be done. You're not supposed to read every single text box over on the right. That's kind of the point, that the rabbit hole goes very deep. There's a lot of technical details. How do you clean the LiDAR? You need to use the right type of rag to clean the LiDAR, because if you use the wrong one, you'll scratch your plastic. The LiDAR will have false detections. The vehicle might brake too hard, and some people might get injured. So there's two boxes in the garage, one for rags that can clean the LiDAR and one for rags that can clean everything else. Those are the kind of details we get into to make things work. And hopefully, of course, it will be easier in the future, but then we will always move on to the next interesting thing that is challenging to autonomous vehicles. I also mentioned incident management. We have a long procedure for this. It's quite common when you operate something out in the real world to have this kind of stuff. But of course, it is different with autonomous vehicles. There is data that needs to be handled, and there is a different kind of setup, a different kind of vehicle, a different kind of interaction with the surroundings, especially when we plan to take the safety driver out. So this is also becoming a quite a specialized thing that we deliver. Then we build some software. We don't build the autonomous software that drives the vehicle, but we build a lot of other stuff in between. We take the data from the vehicles down at the bottom of this diagram. We integrate it in different ways over on the right side to our external partners. And then we build some tools ourselves up in the top left. If you want to read more about this, there's a URL down at the bottom right corner. You can read more. I probably don't have time to go through all the details here. One of the things we do is we use the eyes of the guy who is still in the vehicle to do what we call issue counting. So all the things that could go wrong in the route that the vehicle doesn't see is something that we want to register in our data. We want to track uptime, just like any other public transport operator. Of course, the downtime should be minimized, and we want to be able to explain why we have downtime when we have it. So we produce a lot of data, a lot of dashboards. We put it together in a million different ways. This is just examples. Parking on the road, is something that is a hindrance to us. So we need to track it. Where does it happen? How often does it happen? And what can we do to change it? When are the passengers in the vehicle? And a million other questions that our customers ask us, the authorities ask us, that we ask ourselves in terms of optimizing the route. And then, of course, uptime and downtime. It's no secret that it's not as high as it should be. For the routes, we are dealing with some technology that still needs to be implemented, so we're working on that. But at least we can now safely pinpoint exactly what the issue is more and more, and we can categorize it, so we can always explain what is the cause of the downtime, and always make sure that we focus our efforts on the biggest source of downtime on a route. Yeah, and we think that we are in a pretty privileged position in terms of all this. We have all the data coming in from the different sources. We have it from the vehicle, we have it from our applications. We can collect data manually. We can combine it with all kinds of other data to really get a really good overview of what is going on the route. So of course, that's something we want to work together with vehicle vendors and our customers on putting these overviews together to improve everyone's performance in these projects. A little bit about our role in the future. So far, there has been companies, and there still are companies that want to kind of cover the whole value chain, building the vehicle, putting the sensors on the vehicle, building the autonomous software, mapping the routes, and maybe even doing some of the work that we do in terms of operations. We are seeing now that there is more players in the market, that there is a specialization happening. Even with the software vendors, you may focus on one part of the autonomous software stack, We now see that the incumbent OEMs, Volkswagen most recently came out and said we're going to build autonomous ready vehicles. They're going to be ready in 24, 25. And of course, that's a very different thing than what has been on the market so far. So in the green box below, we think that we have a role to play, just like in any software-driven industry. There needs to be someone who can put all these different components together. I usually joke, you don't start using Office 365 or Salesforce or SAP just by turning it on, buying it from Microsoft or Salesforce. You have to have someone who can actually make it work in your context, and that's where I think we will be going. So that's the hope for the future. That's all I had, and this is me with a drone. So if there's time, I think we have time for questions, maybe, if there is any.
Christian.
Yep.
Christian, yes, we just wanted to expand on the point that you just made, and also coming from Holo. Where do you personally see, as the CEO of this company, the autonomous industry going?
Yeah, I mean, it's of course Corona in 19 and 2020 was pretty rough because we haven't delivered on the original promise that we were going to make actual autonomous vehicles work without a safety driver. Only really Waymo has done it. You can find the videos on YouTube, but there's not been that scaling moment. What we are seeing now coming out of the Corona crisis is that all the big players are now investing again. The activity is almost as high as it was before Corona, I would say, and not just that, it's also the really mature players like Volkswagen and you see recent announcements from Mobileye and others that so we really see now that everyone still wants this to happen.
So in particular, what do you see your company, what role does your company play in this?
Yeah, I do think the operational experience that we have built up, even though the technology hasn't delivered on the original promise, I do think that all the stuff that we have learned over the last couple of years is useful to both the big OEMs doing this, to our future customers, because it is a specialized discipline. And the companies building the vehicles, the companies building the software, they don't want to be operators. And if they, at this point, maybe have a part of their strategy that says they want to be operators, I think they will find that once they go into reality, it won't be part of their core business. It's not what they should be focusing on. So that's where I think we have a role to play.
So, Christian, when do you expect to be fully driverless, fully autonomous?
Yeah, it's one of those annoying questions where I say it depends, right? It's so annoying, but it really does depend. I mean, if I could get a vehicle, I was at IAA 2 weeks ago, the big automotive conference in Munich. I drove around in Mobileye's last generation vehicle, that is, they call 2+, level 2+, it only has cameras. If I could get that vehicle to Denmark right now, I could drive it at Slagelse Hospital, and I could take the safety driver out, because we're driving, it's an area with restricted speeds between 15 and 30 kilometers an hour. I would be comfortable doing that with our safety procedures. But of course, that vehicle is not commercially available. Luckily, the much more mature vehicle from someone like Mobileye, with LiDARs, with radar, with all kinds of other things, will be available in 23, maybe 24. And we're seeing the same with other vendors in this space. So we are getting close. We will be able to drive fully driverless with the white vehicle in a location in Scandinavia in 23, I think.
Yeah, when are we going fully driverless, fully autonomous? I bet people have asked you 100 of times, but that's what the public wants to know. Personally, what do you think the public wants to see? Do you think they can accept autonomous driving vehicles?
Yeah, I mean, we're always asked this question as well, and what we actually find is that a lot of people really don't think of it very much about autonomy. Even the vehicles we've driven, the mini shuttles, who are not that stable always, but when they are, people quickly forget that they're in an autonomous vehicle. They start talking about lunch after they get over the initial shock. And I think as we see the quality of the technology improving, the conversation will shift from do you feel safe to when can I get this in my area because I want the improved service of this. We are seeing, there's demographic challenges all over Scandinavia in terms of getting bus drivers and truck drivers and all these things. So people will look to autonomy as a way to keep the service that they've been used to so far, or even launching mobility in new places that it hasn't been possible before.
Yeah, I think you make a very fair point, because I was in Singapore, I mentioned before, in this summit in 2016. So that was we're in 2021, 5 years ago, driverless taxis, robo-taxis, and initially it was really just the tech people. There was a huge buzz, and the tech people with the apps were the ones taking this. But then, after a while, even the regular person in the public, because they're open to this idea, because there's a lot of trust, perhaps, in the Singapore government, and I think that helps a lot. With trust, you know that this is going to work. There's no driver, but you can still trust on the machine.
Exactly, and this is what we're building as well with the authorities in different places, with the PTAs we're working for, and of course on our own, that we would never compromise safety. We would never do something that would feel unsafe. So, and I think once the authorities approve this stuff, it's because we have been through the ringer. We have checked every single box on this.
So what do you think about companies that say they are full self-driving, fully autonomous, when they are in fact not? What would you say to this?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of hype in this industry. We get asked a lot. We're not doing anything with passenger drones, right? Because they're not ready yet, despite what you might see in different videos in different places. And there's a lot of people who, of course, need to raise funding and build companies and all these things. So it is a balance. You have to make people enthusiastic about self-driving, but you also cannot oversell it, because that will just hit you later in the process. But if you want to see what the reality of things is, I mean, the test ride I had in Munich with Mobileye, you can go to YouTube, you can find Mobileye Munich, search for Mobileye Munich, you can see the same kind of test ride that I was on, and I can tell you that was what it looked like, that was what it felt like. And if I had an open invitation, I would go to, or if I had a plane ticket, I would go to Waymo, their publicly available route in Arizona as well, without a safety driver. So the reality, is that it is there with the market-leading players now. It just needs to be expanded and trickle down. But there are also some that are less mature in that space for sure.
So coming back to your company, Holo, we know you're in the Baltics, you're in the Nordics. What other countries do you hope to deploy your projects? Let's look to the future now.
Yeah, I mean, we're pretty open to discussing projects all over Europe. There was new legislation in Germany done recently. I think that's super interesting. From an automotive standpoint, a lot of other countries will look to Germany and see what they're doing. We are seeing some enthusiasm also in Poland, in Eastern Europe, the Netherlands, Belgium, the UK. There's a lot of stuff going on. And I think, most of our services that we can provide are not tied to a specific geography. On the contrary, we can support a project from a distance, even if anyone is interested in finding those new autonomous projects. We see that we do fill a gap. If an airport goes to a vendor of autonomous vehicles and says, I would like to try this out, they will say, great, who's your operator? And then the guys at the airport say, I don't know, who would you suggest, right? That's where we are hoping to be involved in the conversation.
Well, Christian, it's been such a pleasure talking to you. Thank you so much for joining us here at the International Mobility Summit. Thank you.
Anytime. Thank you.
All right, coming up next in this summit, we have a very special guest joining me in the studio. We will be addressing this question: how do we achieve 100 carbon-neutral cities in Europe by 2030? To answer that, joining me, I have the Deputy Director General of DG Move at the European Commission. He's also the manager of EU 100 Climate Neutral Cities project and also EU Coordinator for Road Safety and Sustainable Urban Mobility. Matthew Baldwin, so glad to have you with us here in the studio.
Great to be with you, June. Thanks very much for having me.
Pleasure is mine. So as your title suggests, you wear many hats in the European Commission. Perhaps we could start by giving our viewers an overview, perhaps, of your various roles in the European Commission.
Well, I don't know how much you or your viewers know or care to know about the European Union or the European Commission, but we're the executive arm of the EU. And I work in the Transport Department, which is in mobility, and I'm lucky enough to be the Deputy Director General. And I've been focusing in the last few years on road safety and sustainable urban mobility, which have kind of led me naturally to be interested in what cities can do. And they've asked me to be the manager of the forthcoming, not yet announced, but short to be announced, project to have 100 climate neutral cities in the EU by 2030. Yeah.
Yes, so all of our viewers here in this summit, you're one of the first to know about this project. And that is, of course, why you're here today, to talk about this project. So
Yes,
can you just expand a little further? It's self-explanatory, 100 carbon neutral cities in Europe by 2030. So why don't you give us an overview then of this new mission, this new project?
Well, we're going to try to do what it says on the tin and deliver that. I mean, a lot of people are saying to me, oh, why do we need another program? I mean, the EU is already doing a lot with cities, great programs like the Covenant of Mayors, and there are programs outside the EU, of course, or extra European programs like C40 and things like this. So what's the added value?
So what is the added value?
Okay, I was coming to that. I mean, so I think we need to step back a little bit and just remind ourselves of the nature of the challenge. We are facing an existential challenge with climate change, and I think all of us, or almost all of us now, recognize that and accept that. We certainly do in the European Union. We've accepted this very powerful engagement under the European Green Deal to be climate neutral as a continent by 2050, and to get there, a big intermediate stepping stone, a 55% reduction in our climate emissions by 2030. And that's great. We had a big Fit for 55 package announced in July of last year, a whole series of measures. But when you think back, who's going to move first? Who's going to be the front runner in all of this? And why not cities? Cities represent 4% of the EU landmass, but they have 75% of our citizens. It'll be close to 85% by 2050. So they're uniquely well placed as concentrated centers of economic and political power to actually start moving and addressing these things. And when you think about some of the problems we now have in cities, the congestion, the noise, the pollution, the road deaths, if we can take action to reduce our climate emissions, which are, of course, invisible gases for the most part, we don't see them or feel them or smell them, we'll get all these other co-benefits as well.
So the plan is for the EU, or the European continent, to be carbon neutral by 2050. But this project wants 100 cities to be carbon neutral by 2030. So why the difference? That's a huge difference.
It's a fair
20
point.
years.
Well, we need to get going. We can't achieve it all in 2049, and so we need to make progress along the way. A lot of cities are doing things already. A lot of cities have announced quite substantial reductions in their climate emissions. Here we are in Copenhagen. Copenhagen is one of the few cities that's pledged to go all the way to climate neutrality by 2025, in fact. But there are relatively few cities ready to do that. Just down the road from me in Brussels, the city of Leuven is pledged to do that. Up in Finland, Turku in Finland is proposing to do it as well. But it's a big step to go all the way. And so what we're trying to do is establish a program, we're calling it a mission, whereby cities that are interested come forward, express their interest. We'll do a call, we hope, later in November. Once we're launched, which I hope will be very, very soon, a call for expression of interest. So if you're interested as a city, start thinking now, because that call's coming down the road. And then we'll launch what we're calling climate city contracts, where the city's political authorities say, this is what we're going to do, here's how we're going to do it, and these are the investment needs, because it's an expensive as well as a tricky business. Those last 20% of emissions are quite expensive to reduce.
Absolutely, and it's interesting that you mentioned Copenhagen, where we're at right now. That's one of the reasons why we chose Copenhagen as the host city for Electronomus, the International Mobility Summit. Copenhagen, the city of Copenhagen, has launched a CPH 2025 climate plan, and they aim to be the first capital city in the world to be carbon neutral by year 2025. So they would be the first. So then my question to you is this. Your project, or your mission here, 100 carbon neutral cities in Europe by 2030. So is it going to be the usual suspects then? How do you pick these 100 cities? Copenhagen probably will be one of them, maybe Amsterdam, but is it just going to be this usual suspects, or how do you choose the cities?
It's a great question. I mean, I don't want to prejudge that process. In fact, before coming here, I just had a great discussion with the city authorities, and they explained their plans. And I explained that indeed we need cities to come forward from across Europe. We want this project to look like Europe. We need cities from the south and the east of Europe, as well as from the north and west. And why? Because sometimes it's those cities to the north, to the south and the east, which have got the biggest progress to get to climate neutrality. Again, we're looking to cities both to make a big contribution to the overall reduction target that we have as an EU, but we also want to use them as living labs to learn from each other and learn from the process of doing it. Copenhagen was telling me about some of the things they've learned along the way this morning. And so all cities can, so all cities then can join this project. All cities are going to have to do this by 2050. So maybe we'll get a flotilla of cities joining this process as we go forward.
Yes, that is the aim. So what did the city of Copenhagen share with you that they learned based on, the climate plan that they have to be carbon neutral by 2025? Or what are some of the steps they have taken? Perhaps you can share with us.
Well, I'm not sure I want to speak for the city. Certainly not, and particularly they've got elections coming. I don't want to prejudge anyone's involvement in this, their willingness to do it, or our processes. But if you look at Copenhagen, it's fascinating what they've managed to do with district heating. I think 99% of the housing stock is done through district heating, so inherently carbon neutral because they're running it off biomass.
Right.
Used to be coal, now it's biomass. Big issue for Copenhagen, and here we are in the International Mobility Summit, is mobility. You have thousands and thousands of cars coming into Copenhagen from outside. Of course, it's one of the cycling capitals of the world, and it likes to portray itself as that. But in reality, you've still got a lot of conventionally fueled, privately owned cars, and there's still issues of congestion and pollution and road depth. So I'm not saying, it's got to have to be a car-free city or anything like that. But I mean, the whole point is that you've got to look at the whole processes, whether it's in energy generation or distribution, or in mobility, which is, I think, going to be a big challenge here and elsewhere, or waste management and water management. The whole processes need to come under an overall planning process in order to deliver. And it's a tough thing. It's a tough thing to ask.
It is, absolutely. Coming back to the mission of this project, we are in a mobility summit. So how does it play into, the mobility of the future? How does it go hand in hand, this project, 100 carbon neutral cities by 2030?
Well, mobility, I think, is going to be absolutely central to the challenge. And I think, in a way, that may be why they chose me to do this, because I have a mobility background.
Yeah.
Big picture again, if you can bear a moment of this, we launched, end of last year, our sustainable and smart mobility strategy. And that's a big look. We do this roughly once a decade at the entire strategy we have on transport in the European Union. This concluded that all modes have to be sustainable, and we can't, there is no choice to that. We need to make sure there are sustainable alternatives where you don't have yet carbon-free flying or carbon-free maritime.
Okay.
And we need to incentivize those alternatives. So we've got to be re-equipping our fleets, and we've got to be ensuring alternative fuels infrastructure, and we've got to make sure we're shifting goods and people onto sustainable modes like rail. How does that apply then into the urban context? If you think of European transport as a network, we call it the 10T network, the cities form the urban nodes, as we call them, at the end of the pipe.
Right.
So for the network to function well, those sustainable urban nodes have got to be well-functioning and green, but efficient in terms of our transport delivery.
Right.
But they're also places where people live. People sometimes ask, how do you get sustainable tourists to come to the city? Well, the answer is make a city which is great to live in, where people enjoy living, working, moving around.
And micromobility is important.
And micromobility is part of that.
Yeah.
So cities need to take a hard look at how they organize their mobility.
Right.
We want to see more active mobility, walking and cycling, as we have right here in Copenhagen, more use of public transport, and we need to reduce our dependence on privately owned, conventionally fueled cars. All of that's happening, but we hope that this kind of planning will form part of the 100 climate neutral cities, because you can't do it without mobility.
Right, so based on what you just shared with us, it is going to affect the nitty-gritty of the regular person. Everyone has to be involved in this if 100 cities in the EU are going to be carbon neutral. How are you going to involve the regular person, the citizens of the EU, to jump into this project as well and truly embrace it? Because it affects everything from their mobility, how they commute to work, what kind of heating they use in their houses. So a lot's got to change.
It's absolutely right. That's such a great question. And a lot of the time we talk about involving the citizens in our decisions, whether it's at national government level or even at the European level. And I'm not sure so far we've really managed to make that a reality. But the short answer is we won't succeed in delivering this kind of project unless citizens are involved. It's not for the European Commission or the European Union, what I call the long wagging finger. This is what you've got to do now. Are you listening out there, ordinary
That's coming
people?
From you.
Yeah. So, I mean, that never works, right?
Okay.
So, and also it's not going to work if we tell the cities how to organize that citizens' engagement. How you do it here in Copenhagen is probably quite different from how you do it in Bucharest or in Napoli. So it's up to you. But remember, cities are the crossroads where policies meet people, where the mayors meet their citizens, hear the complaints, hear the concerns. They will hear people saying, I want to use my car. How am I going to take my kids to football? I don't have the money to re-insulate my apartment. Where's it going to come from? And those kind of live discussions where the mayors and people involved with them can then say, well, you know what, I hear you, but wouldn't it be great if this street became a place where the children could play and where you could hear the bird song and where you didn't have to worry about the air pollution affecting your kids? Wouldn't that be great too?
Yes.
Wouldn't it be great to have lower energy bills because we've re-insulated our houses or we've decarbonized the supply? And when you look at the costs and benefits here, all these things I've been talking about, like pollution and so on, these are what we call the external costs of transport.
Right.
Enormous costs, up to 1 trillion euros a year, if you look at this on, from our mobility alone. An extraordinary number. And not many of them are covered or internalized. So we need to do that. And at the same time, when you change that, you deliver external benefits. So if I put in a bike lane, if I pedestrianize an area, you can, just in euros and cents, or kronas and whatever it is, you can see the benefits that flow in health benefits, in reduced congestion, and that's what is about the city realizing those, understanding those, and explaining them to citizens. It sounds great on paper. I know it's difficult, but it won't work without it. You won't have sustainability without that.
Right, so assume all of this works. Assume that the citizens to the government level, you know, to the EU level, everyone jumps on this and try to commit to this plan, 2030, to be carbon neutral. How are you going to measure this carbon neutrality? How does it add to the existing programs you have, like the Fit for 55, or for Europe to be carbon neutral by 2050? How do you measure it specifically?
Well, we will need, you know, and we need to avoid greenwashing. You know, heard this expression where people say, yeah, sure, I'm climate neutral, yeah, we're doing it. So we're going to insist on the state-of-the-art UNFCCC measuring bases for this, measuring, reporting, and verification. You know, it'll be a tough process because we need to ensure that we're doing it. If you can live with a bit of technical jargon, we're going to be focusing on Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions. That's the emissions generated within the city or indirectly by electricity or by heating and cooling. The tough thing to get at, and we're not going to be measuring them initially because it's outside the purview of cities, is what we call the Scope 3 emissions.
Okay.
When I use my phone, I incur climate gas things at the server where it's generated.
Right.
If I eat meat that was grown in Argentina, how do we account for that carbon? That's a complex process. So we're not going to try to cover those at the moment. We're going to have to cover them eventually if we're going to be serious about climate neutrality.
Right.
So part of the project will actually be looking at some of these areas and testing the ways in which we can count and measure and, of course, ultimately reduce things like emissions which flow from personal choices. And, you know, back to what we were talking about in terms of citizens' engagement, that's the kind of thing that it's going to be very difficult to get across. You say to a citizen in Copenhagen, you're going to have to eat less pork. That's going to be tough. So, again, explaining why, explaining how is part of this process and not just top-down, you know, do what I say kind of stuff.
But nevertheless, I do think that you know, the EU is on the right track. That's my personal opinion. And
we have one supporter.
If you guys support it as well, just send us a comment in the chat or in the Q&A section. Also, just wanted to remind you guys, if you have anything to ask Matthew, send in your Q&A questions because I do have the iPad here where I can get your questions live and I can just read it out to Matthew and he's happy to ask any questions that you may have.
Really? Okay. Yes.
Are you? I forgot to check. Okay. So Matthew, coming back to the cities, because you spoke about the technical aspects of how to measure this carbon neutrality or reduction in emissions. But I know you are an optimistic person. You seem to me, you come across as an optimistic person. But what if the cities don't deliver? What happens then?
Well, we won't be taking you to court. I mean, the whole notion of these things is we're going to be establishing, again, technicalities, but once a city has expressed interest, and we've chosen our group of around 100 cities, it could be a few more, it could be a few less, we'll ask them to prepare what we call climate city contracts. And this is where the political authorities will commit. We'll say, you know, put their name on it, we're going to do this, we're going to make this plan. And you know, it's a memorandum of understanding. It's beyond the best efforts clause, and we're going to hope people are going to deliver on it. But but we won't be taking people to court. So people shouldn't be scared to make the commitments, because at the end they'll be making their own cities better and more livable and lovable. And I hope that that's the way this is all going to go.
Okay, now let's talk about money, because you've already shared at how ambitious this plan is, nevertheless one that is necessary. Who's going to pay for it?
I didn't bring my wallet. Initially, we're going to have some support funding, we hope, from Horizon Europe, which is the research and innovation program of the European Union. It's been run out of that. This is one of 5, I should say, very exciting new missions which we hope we launched using research and innovation money as seed money. But we know that the cost is going to exceed money that could come from the research and innovation programs, or all EU funds, or all national funds, or all the money that the city has in its coffers.
Right.
To give you an idea of how much to do climate neutrality, there was a study recently which estimated for a city of an average population size of 100,000, orders of magnitude around €1 billion. Around €1 billion for a city of 100,000. That cost only going to go up as you go to bigger cities. Now, the benefits that flow, we can show, will be, you'll get a great payback on that. The difficult thing sometimes is the city is finding the payback, for example, in health benefits, which flow to other parts of the system. So what's going to be crucial here is bringing private finance in. And that's, I think, one of the most exciting things. There is a lot of real interest and excitement in the private finance community to fund green projects. For example, green city bonds. What cooler thing would it be as a citizen than to be able to invest your money in your own climate future, in your own neighborhood? There are no magic answers to this. This is part of the process. We want to sit with cities and work with them. We've got a great consortium of organizations going to be working hand in hand with the cities to do this. The money side will be complicated, but it's all part of this glorious process.
So what about small cities? What role can they play in this? Because if you talk about the size of one's coffers, usually you'd think that the bigger the city is, the more money they would have. What role would a smaller city who wants to participate, who's enthusiastic about this, and they want to play a big role as well to carbon neutrality? Well,
initially we're going to be looking at cities, the cutoff we're going to put at about 50,000.
Okay.
But for complex reasons I won't explain, I think we'll have a few cities of between 10 and 50. And you're right, we want to see this work for large cities and for what I call small and medium-sized cities as well, because again, at the end of the day, by 2050, we've all got to be there.
Yeah.
The challenges for small and medium-sized cities, talking to them, are different. It's usually one of capacity. You just don't have the people, maybe you don't have some of the technical knowledge involved. But don't underestimate the challenges for large cities either, which are more organizational.
Right.
You've got a mobility department over here, which is used to doing things its way, and we're moving people into the city. And then you've got an energy department over here, and joining them up and realizing that we need to fit it within a holistic planning exercise. I'm not telling them what to do, but it's going to be really hard.
You're speaking from experience as well.
Well, actually, no, it comes from the experience of talking to people who have the experience. That's the thing. I'm not pretending to be the great expert. I've never run a city government, but I've talked to a lot of people who have, and they tell me these are the challenges that they face.
Okay, fair enough. We have a question that just came in. Don't worry, brace yourselves. What do automotive companies and transport operators think of this plan? Have you engaged in some of them to come on board?
Well, I don't think I've discussed this plan specifically with automobile manufacturers or distributors. Of course, we have a very lively and productive dialogue with them in the context of what we're trying to do on urban mobility.
Right.
And I think, I mean, again, they can speak for themselves. I think, from what I hear from them, is a recognition that, our dependence on conventionally fueled, privately owned cars is going to change. You see the car companies themselves investing heavily in alternative fuels, electrification, and then hydrogen.
That's right.
And they are pushing us, and in the context of the Fit for 55 package, they pushed the Commission hard to ensure that the infrastructure is there, including in cities, so that these cars can get recharged. Now, electrification of the car fleet is not, and they don't pretend that it is, the magic bullet solution. It still leaves you with congestion. It still leaves you with a stack of other problems.
But it does make it an easier transition for the private citizen.
And in short, my experience is the car companies are very constructive because they know we have a huge challenge to address, and they know we have to deliver globally and mobility, but also in urban mobility.
Right. Okay. So coming back to the plan itself, we do have a question. Thank you, Jan Newell Lewis, for sending in your question. Towards carbon neutral by 2025, how far are EU cities in their progress? So will it be the race for this progress in terms of, there will be a report every year, or will there be a big reveal perhaps in the year 2030 or 2025?
Ta-da! No, I think it needs to be a very transparent process.
Okay.
A city vis-a-vis its own citizens, as well as vis-a-vis everyone else in the program. I mean, we as a program will have to be accountable to our own organisation, the Commission. That's very clear, and I welcome it. We'll have to be accountable to the Parliament, to the Council. We'll be spending public money on this program, and we want to make sure it's well spent. I think the cities themselves will need to be showing through established monitoring mechanisms, using existing standards, not reinventing the wheel, how it's going, how their plans are going to be reducing climate gases such as CO2. So absolutely no big reveal. I'd say a constant reveal, constant transparency, and constant improvement and constant learning. Because if you talk to the cities like Copenhagen and Leuven who've done it, they'll tell you they've learned as much from their mistakes as from the things they got right. And that's why we need a process, get that process started now, get 100 cities there by 2030, and then we can all get across the line in 2050.
So I'm not sure if you are in the position to disclose how much money will be invested in terms of this program, because we do have a question by Niels K, who's asking, what is the budget for this program, the 100 cities to be carbon neutral in Europe?
Well, when we launch the program, we will also be publishing our draft implementation plans. And that will set out, and I'm not at liberty to disclose now, the initial money which we'll be spending, which will probably be largely in research and innovation projects to get things started. We'll also be spending some money on what we're going to call the mission platform, the consortium of organizations that will help cities in their progress towards it.
Right.
I mean, to repeat the point I made earlier, it will be a tiny fraction of the amount of money, funding and finance that's going to be needed to deliver climate neutrality, but it'll be enough to get things started and to get that organizational processes going within cities.
Right, okay. We also have an anonymous question.
Oh, those are the worst.
It's a follow-up question about smaller cities. The question is, how can we engage the suburban cities? Because it's there where we see families are the ones that are driving cars, they're commuting perhaps long distances to get groceries. So what do you think? How can we engage the suburbs?
Well, anonymous, that is the best question so far. So you shouldn't have hid behind your veil. It's very important when we do this. Let's think just about the mobility part of this, that we don't say, we treat cities okay. Either to say you're on your own, deliver, or, deliver a perfect system and we don't have to worry about how that interconnects with the rest. Remember what I was saying about the TEN-T network and how it needs to connect with the overall European transport network.
Right.
If you think of that locally, again, let's think about Copenhagen, think about the towns and villages to the north.
Yeah.
These are people who are there. They're not bad people for wanting to drive their cars into the town, right?
Yeah.
It's what pattern of incentives that we've given them to do so. So it's really important that we think about that connection, not just with the suburbs, but with the rural areas. To go back to the question about the car, I mean, I think it'll be a long time before we stop seeing cars being really ubiquitous in their use in rural areas. I hope that over time public transport will improve and we'll find other methods. But it's really important we connect this up so that, for example, as a city, sorry, as a family living in the suburb or in the rural area, you drive your car in, maybe you have an alternative, which is a good, big, free car park on the edge of the city, and then you can take a bus or a train or even some kind of e-bike to come in, and you don't have to worry about the hassle of bringing your car in and the parking and all the rest of it. This is the way we need to do things which benefit citizens and don't penalize citizens, and then we'll get people moving in these good directions.
Understood. Look at you, Matthew. You have a solution for everything.
No, I really don't.
We have another question. This is a technical one. Is there a common way to calculate indirect emissions, like a standard here? Because you did speak about it previously. This question is from Sauro. Thank you for that question.
Well, hi, Sauro. I mean, the whole definition of climate neutrality is not an exact science, and it's a moving process, which is why I was talking about Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions. Scope 2, sorry folks for this technical thing, but it's her fault she asked the question. Scope 2 is where we're looking at the indirect emissions coming from electricity and from heating and cooling. And here's where I show my lack of solutions and lack of expertise. I can't quote to you the precise definition.
Okay.
But I want to stress, we are, as a mission, not planning to reinvent the wheel. We will be looking to use internationally recognized, internationally established standards for measuring, reporting, and verification. And that's very important because cities that are already doing that won't want to have to change systems to work with us.
Right, so we really appreciate to all of you sending in your questions. You can still keep them coming while we wait for you to do that. There's something playing on my mind right now, because when we talk about climate neutrality, the airline industry plays a huge role, because we talked about, you know, the small players, or like the private citizens who owns one car or two cars in a family, but really it's the airline industry that really contribute to most of the greenhouse gases. But I'm not an expert.
Not absolutely true. I think,
Yeah.
in fact, they're not contributing the most. But I mean, as transport as a whole, it's rising.
Right.
For aviation, as for one or two other sectors. Yeah.
So how does, are you tackling this issue, and are you engaging in the airline industry as well in terms of this project and this mission for the cities itself to be carbon neutral, or not?
Not in the context of this mission.
Okay.
But for example, cities with ports or airports within, within their scope, they will pose complicated questions, both in terms of reaching climate neutrality themselves, but also, of course, they are channels for vehicles coming in from outside. So it's back to our definition of climate neutrality and so on. I mean, on aviation, I mean, I urge your questioner to have a look at our sustainable and smart mobility strategy, because there you see how committed we are to making aviation climate neutral as well. And I think if you just look in the press at what Airbus are doing or what Boeing are doing about thinking of ways, whether it's through sustainable aviation fuels or through hydrogen planes of the future, watch this space. They know as a mode that they need to be sustainable in the future, and that's the direction of travel. Right.
Some might be asking, or our British viewers or viewers from the UK that are watching right now, will the UK be involved in this? Since now, you know, there's Brexit, are they going to be, you know, perhaps one of the contenders to be carbon neutral in this project?
Well, right now we have, under the Horizon Europe, which is the research and innovation process, we have full involvement of what we call associated countries. So that's countries outside the EU that are investing in the Horizon Europe program. Correct. And the short answer is not just for the UK, but for other countries like Norway and Switzerland and further afield, countries that have completed their negotiations to become associated under the Horizon Europe, they can participate in the program along with everybody else. Okay, so of course when we talk about, you know, carbon neutrality and to be net positive or have zero greenhouse gases emissions, you have to engage the global world. And if you talk about climate change, some of the other continents outside of Europe are the ones that are going to be affected the most, for example, Australia or Africa. So are you planning to bring this idea global at all? Because we have to tackle this issue together. Europe doesn't exist in a vacuum in terms of, you know, how to tackle climate change. Well, this is the tragedy of the global commons, isn't it? We can't do it all as a continent or as a country or as a city or as an individual. We do have to work together to deliver on it. Look, we have COP26, the latest big global climate meeting coming up in Glasgow in Scotland in November, end of October, beginning of November. Watch this space. There's some very interesting ideas to take this to the global level. Through great organizations like the Global Covenant of Mayors, Mission Innovation, precisely to address the point you make, June, because we all need to do this. As a project, as a mission, I'll be focused on making sure that we deliver within the European Union, but the scope for shared learning and shared experiences, and to get people thinking about this, and they are thinking about this in Japan, in the US and elsewhere, and the shared learning is going to be enormous, and it's very exciting. Well, I really enjoyed our session together, but unfortunately we ran out of time. I can speak to you for hours and hours on this topic. It's been such a pleasure. Thank you very much, Matthew Baldwin. Thank you. Why don't you stay put while I... Thank you very much, Jim. And thanks to all of you for listening and for your future engagement. Yes, thank you, Matthew. Stay put while I introduce the next session that is coming up right now. So,
We put the focus on the challenges and opportunities of transportation in this era of digitalization. To discuss, we've got an incredible panel waiting for you. So I'm going to just hand it over to your moderator for this session, Adam Hills, editor of ITS International. Adam?
Hi there. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Very warm welcome to those of you joining us for this session in the International Mobility Summit. I'm Adam Hill, editor of ITS International magazine, which is the publication for transport professionals dealing with advanced traffic technology and urban mobility. Today's session is transportation in the era of digitalization, challenges and opportunities. The main challenge for me, I think, is saying digitalization, so just bear with me. Transportation is being transformed by developments such as big data, artificial intelligence, machine learning, connectivity between vehicles and infrastructure, Internet of Things, 5G, 6G, alternative energy sources, and so on. There's also great diversity in transportation in terms of modes, road, rail, shipping, so on, but also functions, passenger transport, logistics. Added to this, a number of major and sometimes competing factors are in play. For instance, COVID-19, climate change, market conditions, policymakers, technology, all of these have the potential to drive the digital transformation of transport. Transport companies are using digital technology to provide safe, sustainable, efficient services that will deliver customer satisfaction and be less polluting. New modes such as micromobility are emerging, but there's a long way to go. And fortunately for us today, there's a lot to discuss. So let me introduce our four panelists who will seek to enlighten us. Hamid Zarghampour is responsible for the Swedish Transport Administration's strategies on creating accessibility in sustainable societies. He focuses on areas such as promoting fossil-free transportation and connected, cooperative and automated road transport. This includes coordination of ongoing national projects and participation in innovation platforms, such as Drive Sweden. Sorry, just bear with me a second. Then we have Maxime Flament. He's Chief Technology Officer of the 5G Automotive Association, which is the global cross-industry body for the development of end-to-end vehicular connectivity solutions. Maxime has 25 years experience in automotive and telecommunications research. He holds a PhD and MSc in mobile comms from Chalmers Technical University in Sweden, as well as another MSc in electronic engineering from the ULB in Brussels. He's also been a visiting researcher at Stanford University in California. Welcome to him. Our third panelist is Michael L. Sena. He's the principal of Michael L. Sena Consulting, and through his writing, speaking, and client work, Mike attempts to bring clarity to the often opaque world of highly automated and connected vehicles. His newsletter, The Dispatcher, touches on the principal themes of the industry, asking what, how, and why developments are occurring. Our final panelist today is Olof Svensk. He's development manager for road traffic management at the Swedish Transport Association, and his focus is on how we can benefit from digitalization and what we can do with this increasing amount of data. He works to identify the role of data exchange and also how to handle connected and future autonomous vehicles. Olof has been part of the B2G data sharing expert group and a number of other European initiatives, such as the Traffic Management 2.0 panel. That's our panel. Welcome to everyone. I'm now going to hand over to Hamid for his short presentation. Hamid's going to speak for 15 minutes or so, and after that, we'll begin our discussion. So, Hamid, over to you, please.
Thank you very much, Adam. Ladies and gentlemen, happy to be here. Just a second. So, I just wonder if you can see my pictures. Adam?
Yeah, that's all good. I can see that, Hamid. Thank you.
Very good. Excellent. Again, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Good to be here. And the topic is transportation in the era of digitalization, challenges and opportunities. I would like to start with a reminder that the development of transportation system always takes place in a socio-economic context, and the economic activities as such cannot take place without an infrastructure base. The infrastructure base has been, is, and will play a significant role for improved welfare in our societies. The very same infrastructure base creates not only accessibility for all, but also is an important enabler to transport sector, which also offers mobility services for people and freight. Important to remember this context, very important. In this global economy today, we know that the business opportunities are dependent on both well-functioning infrastructure base, as I was talking about, and increasingly information and communication technologies. These are important. In 2016 already, the Euromonitor estimated e-commerce will account for 13% of the global trade. During the pandemic last year, we have seen, or also this year, we have seen that after years of robust growth in e-commerce, it has also pushed to entirely new heights. This trend is here to stay, and we are really concerned about the demands on future transport in relation to the global goals and sustainable development. So transport system, global economy, digitalization, and sustainable development are all hot topics, and they are very much interrelated to each other. With the pandemic in the beginning of last year, we experienced fast changes on demand and supply and transports. This, of course, due to above all closed borders and applied quarantine rules. As transport authority, we also suddenly changed our focus from transport efficiency, congestion problems, and similar that were everyday in our daily working. So suddenly we only focus on critical and necessary transport such as goods and healthcare. They became very much more important to think of. Use of public transport was reduced to dramatically, but public transport also played an essential role offering mobility to healthcare professionals and people in other services which required presence at working places. At the same time, biking, walking in our cities increased. This due to, above all, risk infections. So, restriction during the last year led to perhaps the greatest digital skill development. Most of us experience that working on distance is possible, and we can undertake most of our tasks using these digital tools and techniques. We can also not only change, we also change our behavior itself as consumer. Shopping online has increased dramatically. Socializing using digital tools and today's conference are examples on these changes. The question is how these changes may have residual effects in short as well in the long run. What happens to our societies? What are the reasonable demands on passengers and goods in new normal world? How would it look like? How the transport sector copes with the challenges in demands and will supply the system with green, safe, and affordable mobility services in future? These are the questions. Our experience since last year amplified the importance of knowledge and building competence for further development and implementation of new innovative solutions within not only areas of transport, but also energy, electrification, AI, data sharing, automation, and regulations. They are important altogether. So, electrical roads, e-mobility, more goods transport on railways, self-driving and automated lorries are just examples of projects where we cooperated with many partners in Sweden. Actually, these are examples from Swedish projects we have done. So the public sector, industry, academia, they have been working together, and it has been essential that this cooperation became real. We have been able to show that the technique is not really the limitation for transformation, but the transportation policies, business models, and regulations are not there yet. In addition, we also need to encourage and involve the civil society in this transformation path. We have to do it together as society. Results from this project have been also important for decision makers to put in place incentives for green development, and at the same time, important signals to commercial businesses and public on where we are heading to really. Meaning that decarbonization of transport is not only important, but it is for real and here to stay. All of these solutions are important for us. Now, imagine that all other modes of transport strive to be as the carbon neutral as the railway system it is today. In other words, a fierce competition for electricity is something to expect. So let me just be clear what we all are working in a complex ecosystem, and we need each other expertise more than ever before. No matter which transportation mode we are talking about, this is very important that we have to work together. For instance, rail transport is on a fixed track in a system which integrates both vehicle and infrastructure. Roads, on the other hand, and they complement all other forms of transport through an extensive route network. When it comes to organization, the system is divided into several different parties, in many cases in a competitive market. We have infrastructure managers, railway companies, road users, contractors. We have many involved. They are very important to remember that we all are in this complex ecosystem together. Simply, who is doing what, responsibility and rules become very important. Who is doing what in this complex system? Regulatory framework are very important challenges. We are facing it together. It is not only for authorities. We have to develop this framework which works for all of us, very important. In other words, good infrastructure management is not a matter of authorities only anymore, but need a comprehensive cooperation between all involved. Ability to share data, for instance, and information between several parties is crucial and directly affect the level of safety, punctuality, maintenance, cost of transport system itself. Digitalization offers new opportunities to collect, analyze both new and existing data, of course, but we can do it nowadays very much automatically. It increases that we can fast collect data very easily and analyze it using advanced application, advanced analytics programs, and AI. The challenge involved in this context is often the organization ability and regulation, not the technology. We have technologies in place, but we need to put this in a context that it works for everybody and it is regulated. Moreover, our efforts on modernizing the transportation system need to be put in the right context and promoting public and private cooperation. Investment for developing our infrastructure base requires a system perspective. This is important in order to identify right investments for developing not only the technical platform itself, but also the needed infrastructure, finding an adequate regulatory framework, developing well-functioning business models, and establishing well-thought-out public procurement. They are elements that they have to come together. It is not about the technique only. So in summary, we need to continue the ongoing digitalization transformation and use the opportunities which come with digitalization and encourage cooperation for facing the challenges such as standardization, regulation, and electrification. My last picture is from the Future Shock, which points out the change management is the most critical hurdle for our future development today, not the technology or the rate of innovation. So understanding and trying to cope with the speed of change outside the organization is the key success to all of us. Thank you very much, Adam. Back to you.
Thanks, Hamid. There's a lot to go through there. Let's start the discussion, and I'd like to kick off with a question to Mike Sena. Hamid mentioned early on the COVID-19 pandemic. Can you just outline the residual effect, Mike, of the pandemic on the progress that was being made in building digital infrastructure for transport?
Yes, sure, Adam. Hamid, thank you very much for that that introduction. It really does set the stage for our discussion today. I see three residual effects that are directly related to the connected vehicle. The one that we've heard the most about is the shortage of semiconductors. And the automotive industry believed at the time, back in around March 11th, when the World Health Organization decided we were in a pandemic, that demand for cars was going to completely collapse, as it did in the Great Recession. They canceled contracts for all kinds of supplies, and one of the most important, which, as it turned out, was semiconductors. The impact of that, particular impact of that, is that the manufacturers of semiconductors took the car companies off the list, dropped their priority, and then when suddenly the demand came back, they weren't ready to resupply the automotive industry. Some car companies, not all, but some car companies have decided that it's more important to deliver cars than it is to include equipment in those cars that include the semiconductors that they haven't yet been delivered. So companies, in particular Ford and GM, have been putting cars in the hands of customers that don't have some of the connectivity provisions that they would have had if this hadn't occurred. And this is going to take some time to work itself through. The second one, we haven't heard much about this, and in fact, I haven't seen anything on this at all, is that the car companies cannot make a car virtually. They can also not test a car virtually. So if I'm making a car in, let's just say, for example, China, and that car is going to be sold and delivered in 2021 in Europe, that car needs to be tested, and particularly tested for telecommunications. I spent 30 years working with telecommunications in vehicles and driving cars all over Europe, China, North America, and I can tell you every country is different. So we need to be able to test these. Closed borders made it totally impossible to do that during 2020. So we have cars that are in the market today that haven't been thoroughly tested, and this is also going to take some time to work itself through, so that we're going to identify the problems as they occur, and we're going to hopefully fix those. The third one is related to standardization. It may be hard for us to remember that 20 years ago, if we were doing a lot of traveling, we were carrying a couple of telephones around with us. You know, if we had a BlackBerry, we knew it didn't work in Japan or in South Korea. It was only 10 years ago that we had a global standard. So with 4G, so today there are 8 billion subscribers who can access one technology. What's happened during this period of time is this is a geopolitical thing between the West and particularly China, where the the level of trust has been reduced. And if you reduce the level of trust, the cooperation that you require for standardization, whether it's in ITU or ISO or whatever it is diminished. And the CEO of Ericsson, just yesterday, there was an article in our local business newspaper, three-page spread, where he said that we have a potential right now of breaking up again into at least 2 standards because of the lack of trust and the difficulties that we're having cooperation. We don't want to go there. We don't want to be there. And this is a direct, I mean, it's secondary in a sense because it was already started because of political problems, but it was exacerbated by the pandemic. So those are the 3 that I see.
Mike, thanks for that. I wonder if I can ask Maxime, 5G AA, where do connected vehicles fit into the future digitalization of transportation? Oh, Maxime, you're on mute. Sorry. You're okay. Well,
thanks. Sorry about that. I just wanted to react on Michael's comment on the breakup standards, and indeed, over the past we had over the past few months we had a few events and discussions about 6G, if I can say it like this, or beyond 5G. I remember myself, in 1996, or during my PhD studies, doing exactly the same about 4G. So 3G was not even yet standardized, and we as researchers in our university or technical lab, we were already talking about 4G. So it is a normal thing to see that we are going to have always the telco and all the research around it that is talking about the next generation. What we ought to do here is to make sure that the standards that have been set up by these research and academics over the past 10 years, that the 5G then really serves the purpose for the future of digitalization of transport. And there, I think that the job that the telco industry has done, building a vertical for connected vehicle is tremendous. They really put their attention on what were the needs of the automotive industry and transportation at large. And we ought to embark and surf that wave when 5G is being deployed. Now, when you're talking about connected vehicles, I think connected vehicles are everywhere. It's everywhere and that's its full role in the digitalization of transport. Of course, we should not forget all the road users. It's not only the private cars, but the connected vehicles are also made of an e-bike or even a scooter that you may rent for a few minutes to do your last mile. Or even an automated vehicle that is dropping a box to the neighborhood, or a pizza delivery that someone started talking about. So in fact, all these the form of the connected vehicles is going to change, but these are essentially road users. What we really need to do is to make sure that the vulnerable road users and the pedestrians are really also part of this ecosystem, and that's what we, I believe, have looked at in the 5G standards, especially the latest release, where we really looked at issues related to power consumptions, etc.
Thanks for that. I think we can come back perhaps to VRUs perhaps later on in the session, because I think that's a really interesting area when it comes to connectivity, digitalization, and so on. One of the things that Hamid laid out very well in his presentation was the sheer breadth of the ecosystem that's involved in digitalization. So I wondered if I can ask Per Olof, can we just talk about the need then for cooperation between public and private organizations and companies in all this?
Yeah, thank you, Adam. Currently, we are in many discussions regarding the future role of a road authority, and when connected and more automated vehicles will be introduced. And of course, we have to ensure that the transportation is safe and efficient and environmental friendly. All the traveling and transportation, but we cannot do that ourselves. That's impossible. It is actually the vehicle manufacturers and in agreement with the service providers and map providers, ADAS providers and so on that establish services that reaches the vehicles and the travelers. Of course, we also need to put requirements on connectivity, even though there is the mobile network operators that operate their telecom networks. And because of all this, it is so important for us to cooperate with all the relevant stakeholders as we see it. We should set the prerequisites for automated driving from the public side and for how to what's allowed regarding ADAS and so on, and we can set requirements for connectivity and we can. We of course have to define static and in the future more dynamic traffic regulations that's needed for the whole transportation systems, and we will also be responsible for providing publicly owned data in a quality assured way and so on. But as we see it from the Swedish side, at least, it's the vehicle provider or the fleet owner that should take the full responsibility for maneuvering a vehicle. They know the ODD for each kind of vehicle, and they will be responsible for how to interpret our data and other kind of data into services in the vehicles. Of course, with help from service providers, ADAS providers, and so on. But that's kind of a way of dividing the responsibility as we see it. We have to cooperate. That's essential, crucial. Thank you.
And in terms then of some of the challenges, could we just talk a bit about that? Especially, I'm thinking over exchange of data, issues around privacy, perhaps, and that sort of thing. Where do we sit there?
Yeah, I can continue a little bit on that, and as for now, we focus quite a lot on how to provide quality assured data and that are needed for these kind of services and for building all kind of services and for the future also the automated driving functionality, specifically static and for the future more dynamic traffic regulations are crucial for the to be used and in these kind of services, and we need to assure the quality of these kind of data and also provide it on secure channels to the vehicle industry for use. Of course, we also need data from vehicle generated data for our own purposes, for traffic management, road maintenance, and so on. And we cannot collect data ourselves from all kind of vehicles. So we know we foresee a cooperation between our public side and providers of aggregated data that can really make something useful out of the vehicle generated data. And but there is challenges as we have brought up earlier here. Of course, the quality in data is a challenge. We also need to establish scalable and sustainable business models that so we can get the necessary help from the private side there. And I think also Hamid brought up this legal certainty and, for example, how to ensure the alignment with the GDPR That's very important, and yeah, so innovation regarding legal regulations are also necessary for the future, I think. Here, thank you.
Sure. No, thank you for that. Mike, there are a number of important data sets that are required for improving highly automated driving systems. Which of those do you think need to be augmented by the public sector?
Well, if we go back to when we started a lot of this in the late 1970s and 1980s, the first navigation and fleet management systems were being built by companies like Navtech, which is now here, TelAtlas, which was bought by TomTom. They tried to the maximum extent possible to acquire digital data from the public authorities, because at that time it was the public authorities who were doing all of the data capture, primarily for their own systems. They succeeded in many cases. Where they couldn't, they used public maps like the USGS series of maps and digitized roads from that. So we really started all of this from public data. And it wasn't until maybe 15 years after that when these companies began to use data collection techniques like video and LiDAR to be able to build their own data sets, and then collecting data on their own, turn restrictions and other sorts of things. So now we're back to a situation where there's been a period of time when these companies have been using their own resources to acquire data, but the public authorities have continued to build data sets, very important data sets. And it should always be the case that you always go to a source of data rather than trying to reproduce that source. And for example, one of the most important is speed limits. We have the EU has now made it mandatory for intelligence speed assistance functionality starting in 2022 to have ISA in cars. And the methods that they've selected for being able to do this are to look at a sign and say, yes, it's 90 kilometers an hour here, or it's 80 kilometers an hour here. And the other is to have a database which someone has built in the vehicle that can be used to tell the driver, this is the speed limit. It's not limiting the speed. It's not doing anything. It's just providing that information. That information comes directly from the public authorities. They have all of the speed limits, because otherwise they wouldn't be able to put them up. That data exists, and it's that data that should be in every single vehicle. I've said this in my newsletter. Why do you allow something which has the potential of being incorrect when you have all of the correct data? And Peo and I have discussed this at great length. That data should be part of the requirement, and the EU should have made it a requirement. That's my opinion. Another one is very, very important. If you travel from Sweden to Germany to Italy, the rules of the road change. Forget about the fact of going to the UK and driving on the wrong side of the road. The rules of the road change. How you react to an emergency vehicle coming from behind is different in Germany than it is in Sweden, and it's different there than it is in France. These rules of the road also exist, and that information, rather than trying to teach using AI and deep learning techniques, that data exists. Put it in the car, let the car read it, and let the car do what it needs to do based on the real information. There are more examples of that, but I think you get the point.
Sure, and we can maybe come back to some more examples if time allows. I'd like to bring Hamid back into the discussion, and maybe could we pick up perhaps on, I don't know if there's a specific example of smart mobility in Sweden which you think illustrates the point about digitalization well?
Well, there are plenty of examples, and in Sweden that we have worked with. You can always test things, things within the infrastructure. But the thing is that when you want to scale up a solution, then becomes a problem. So we can always do it. So that means that we need to actually think of a data and data sharing and digitalization, which allows the data traffic. I mean, the traffic of data regarding connectivity and those issues, they have to be put in place if things will work eventually. And this needs investments. And these investments are not really discussed who is responsible for which investment, especially in cities, along the roads, I mean, in remote areas where there are not so many paying customers. What will happen there? Are we only talking about cities, urbanized areas that we want to work with these opportunities, or are we talking about, like Mike was saying, if you are traveling from the northern part of Sweden down to Italy, everything has to be smoothly done. Connectivity becomes very, very big issue within whole Europe. Things must work no matter where you are. These are basic challenges that we are facing, but you can always demonstrate one solution somewhere. You can always do it in limited areas or whatever it can be. But scaling up solutions, that's the challenging part of it. And it comes back to regulatory frameworks and responsibility and rules within the system. But I'm not really worried about that either, because I think that we invented also fire before we started to regulate how to make sure that fire won't kill us and something like that. So it will happen eventually, but we need each other to share our expertise, knowledge, and put it in a context that works for everybody, everywhere.
No, thank you for that. Maxime, what can we do with the connectivity that we already have? What are we able to do?
So just to make sure that we have a discussion about the others, so I just wanted to mention about what Michael said earlier. And so I for years and years, and I think through the work that I had with PO, I always said, okay, let's make sure that the road operators and road maintenance do their job. And so maintain your road, maintain the marking, maintain the post, monitor the traffic, and then update your infrastructure, whether it's physical and eventually also digital. And then after that, only start making sure that you share it, and you make a quality insurance. And then on top of that, then you start with the dynamic road data. So there is one step at a time. And I have the impression that sometimes the researchers with whom we are talking in the different road administrations, they are so excited about the dynamic road data that they forget the most basic kind of data that they ought to deliver with a qualification or with a quality ensured mechanism. So that's the first thing. And then but what you're just asked about what do we do with the connectivity? We just have to start with what we have today. We say, well, we postulate that we have 60% of the new vehicles sold that are connected with 4G. What do we do with that? What can we do? There was a super nice project, a Swedish project that started to, from the cameras of the vehicles, it started to feed information, just images, to the traffic center or to the emergency response center about a scene, about the issues that were, for example, there is an incident, the vehicles report information about what is this incident about. So these are the kind of things that can be readily done. We just have to make sure that this is done in a collaborative way, like Peo was saying. But essentially, what you have two levers. One is collecting data from the vehicles, on one side, so bringing these data to the traffic managers via perhaps a service provider. And then the other way is influencing the traffic or influencing the driver via information that you disseminate. And it's a two-way, very simple way of interacting. And so we just have to act on these two and make sure that this connectivity is not only about downloading videos, but also improving the traffic and the duty or the mission of the road operators. I can continue, but tell me.
No, sorry, but no, please do jump in, because here's a question then for everyone, whoever would like to take it. Is there then a simple blueprint? Is there a blueprint for the digital infrastructure that, for example, traffic managers require? What can we make it as simple as that?
Well, when you talk about traffic managers, traffic management, this is an issue that I know that all of the road authorities and the community road authorities, I mean, in the cities, there's a major difference and sometimes a major disconnect between what the road authorities see as traffic management and what the users, the drivers of cars, the providers of vehicles, the manufacturers, the suppliers of systems like navigation systems and other systems that are in the vehicle, advanced driver assistance systems, between what they see as management and what they see as information that helps either the vehicle or the driver, in most cases the driver, to do what the driver wants to do. And if you tell a driver, in order for you to get from the north to the south, you have to take this bypass because we don't want you driving directly through the center of the city. If it's going to take them 15 more minutes to do that, they're not going to listen to you. They're going to do something completely different. So when you say traffic management, I think we have to be very careful and very clear about what it is that we're trying to achieve. What's the goal? You know, is the goal to keep people out of the city, make a bypass, don't allow them to go straight? Or is the goal to suggest maybe you ought to do this? Well, Waze and a number of other navigation systems will suggest an alternative if a road is blocked. But then you say, well, we don't want you taking that road because you're causing a lot of trouble in a community where they wouldn't have these vehicles if you weren't directing them in there. So there's got to be some way of these groups working together, and there is, of course. There's a project called Socrates 2, which is working exactly on this issue. How do we work together and do these things in ways that will allow the drivers and everybody to do what they want to do at the same time as we minimize traffic congestion, we minimize emissions, we do the things for the community. The only way you're going to do that is if you work together and devise strategies for how this can be done. And Trafikverket and many of the other road authorities are doing exactly that through these kinds of initiatives like Socrates 2. I had to get a plug in there for Socrates 2.
Well, why not? There's no reason why you shouldn't. One of the things, the webinar that we're doing, this session talks about challenges and opportunities. I'm not sure if we've had enough on opportunities yet. Could someone chime in with one of the key opportunities they see from the digitalization of transportation?
I can.
Yes, please, Maxime, go ahead.
Hamid, go ahead.
And this is our interest from a traffic authority point of view, to make the daily life much more easier for people in our system. It is no, I mean, we have been very successful to develop a system which is very dangerous to everybody, and also destroy our environment. During 100 years of development, this is what we have achieved, and it kills people, 1.4 million people every year globally, and also destroy our environment, the noise, the pollution, everything, you just name it. So everything that can improve the situation is very good. I mean, we should do something about it. And digitalization brings very much like capabilities that they haven't been there before. I mean, we are talking about cars, automated cars. We are talking about increased safety, punctuality, whatever. But also, we are talking about that you can also reduce traffic by actually providing people connectivity to do things other ways, other than in other ways than they are used to. And people do not need to travel all the time to their job like we have done it in 2 years now. Not every day. We can stay home, do a lot of work at home. So the digitalization brings so many possibilities that I can't imagine that, during the past 100 years, we have never ever had this many possibilities coming with digitalization. But the thing is how to use it, how to actually make sure that people can cope with the digitalization, enhance the knowledge, and also start using this technique in a manner that provides more accessibility without traveling, for instance. These are elements that I see that very important opportunities and things that coming with it. It is not only about cars, it is much more than that.
Yeah, very broad ecosystem, as you were suggesting. Maxime, sorry, you were going to say something as well.
Yeah, so I think Peo at the beginning was mentioning cooperation, and I think that there is this triangle between road operators, mobile network operators, and the vehicle manufacturers, but service suppliers at large. That needs. I think the best would be that we sit down on a table and then express our pain points. What is difficult for me today, and then what is the kind of coverage that the road operator would like on their roads? What is the coverage that they would like on tunnels? On what is the quality of service that you would like to have? And then in exchange, the mobile network operators are going to tell you, okay, but I have problems to get new antenna sites. Isn't there a possibility that I can access some of your road furniture in order to put antennas? Is there a possibility to access power? Is there a possibility to access a duct or fibers? And so all these pain points are given, or let's say give and takes, or opportunities for give and takes and win-win situations. And here the examples that I just gave are extremely simple. They are physical infrastructure for the investments that we have to do for 4G and 5G deployment. Then we can go further into what data is needed and to exchange that. That's fine. But first, let's get together to make sure that we solve the current very, very basic pain points that we have at the moment. But I must say I'm preaching to the right the right people, because I mean you're doing that in Trafikverket, where some others around even around Europe we have difficulties to do that. So you're good of the class.
Thank you, Maxime. I can just add to that connectivity is really the key for the development, as I see it, because we can understand how the traffic and how all the transportation looks like in real time, and we can reach out to all the vehicles and travelers in real time. But as Maxime say, we need to sit together and see how to divide the responsibilities and how to cooperate, because we can, as a broad authority, we cannot take the full, we cannot take all the tasks on on our responsibility. We need to see how to interact with all the other stakeholders here. So that's really crucial as I see it. We need to, as Maxime said, sit together and look at the pain points here. Thank you.
We've had, I'll follow up on that. We've had about 20 years now of discussions about vehicle to vehicle and vehicle to infrastructure communication, and the focus of most of those discussions were on technology. And part of the problem that we've had with this is that there have been interests in the technology which have gotten ahead of the solutions to problems that need to be solved. And the net effect of that is that we haven't been able to implement a solution that is acceptable, that works, and is long range. And it's taken some very strong steps by governments. That's beginning in the US, where they've said, okay, it's cellular V2X. We're not going to discuss this anymore. Stop talking about DSRC. Let's get a solution that works and it's long term. And it's that sort of thing which governments have to do at times when the industry can't get its act together. We can move forward on that now. We can begin to talk about really what do we need communication between vehicles and communication between infrastructure and vehicles to infrastructure. So that's an example where we really did need to have a third party, in this case the government, making some strong, taking some strong action. But there are many areas that communication between vehicles and infrastructure can provide information that makes cars much more safe than they are today. It's not just which roads to travel on. It's actually giving information to the vehicle to improve the safety. Don't travel at that speed on this particular road because you're going to go off the road, even if you've got all the equipment on board to prevent you from rolling over. If you're going at that speed, it's not going to work for you anyway. So that kind of information we can provide, particularly now with coming into 5G. If we've got coverage, if we have the bandwidth, we've got the data in place, governments have a lot of this information, we can really begin to work together now to improve the overall safety. And just to the point of safety, we've come down in Sweden from a point where lots and lots of people were dying 30 years ago to almost very, very few people dying. There are almost more people dying in scooters and bicycles in Sweden than there are in car accidents today. So there.
That's a very positive note on which to end. We said we'd try to get back to VRUs, but we've run out of time, I'm afraid. So can I thank all the members of the panels, Hamid, Zarghampour, and Olof, Svensk of STA, Maxime Flament of 5G AA, and Mike Sena. Thank you to the audience as well for joining us. Have a great rest of Summit. Thanks again. I'm Adam Hill, editor of ITS International Magazine, and goodbye.
Bye. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Thanks.
We're always moving. Further. Forward. Together. We're clearing the path for a car-free tomorrow. It's our turn to take the lead, to take a stand, to not just move, but to create a movement. We have a chance to make change. Take it. Don't give an inch, take a mile, and spark a revolution against pollution. Because if there's a chance to make it, having some fun along the way, wouldn't you take it? Take action. Take it on. Take a tear.
Look outside, painted skies, here comes the light.
Bærtjern åbner. Og nu Jakob. Usan kører ud. Bærtjern står stille. Usan tager allerstørste sejr.
Welcome back. We talked a lot about mobility as a service this week in this summit a lot. So what are the key challenges of making MAAS a reality? What are the key business and governance challenges? So to discuss, I will hand you over to your moderator for this session, Sorenson from SMFCon. Soren, good to have you back with us.
Oh, hello, and good to be here.
Over to you.
Okay, thanks a lot, and hello to everybody, wherever you are in the world, and welcome to the panel discussion on making MAAS happen. So we're zooming in on the business and the governance part of it, because that's where we think the pain really is. So this session was actually conceived by Hans Arby, which is one of the early MAAS trial pioneers. He could unfortunately not be present, so you'll have to live with me. Mobility as a service has been the talking point on many mobility gatherings since the early trials by Ubigo in Gothenburg back in 2014. We have also witnessed startup in the arena, both B2C and white label technology providers. Some cities have or is making trials as we speak, yet the viable breakthrough is yet to come. So the panel discussion on MAAS today will be exploring the maturity level of MAAS and what still needs to be dealt with business and governance-wise to enable a healthy MAAS agency. So to help me explore further, I am joined by Anders Wall, who is the COO of Green Mobility, and he is kind of representing the wheels, if you will, the ones that moves us around in the analog world. That's quite necessary. Then we have Jonna Heikkinen, which is head of global business development at MAAS Global, who I think many of us know is the home of WIM, and definitely one of the big pioneers in this field and representing kind of the MAAS agencies, if you will. And then we have Dr. Göran Smith, senior researcher and strategy advisor at RISE Research Institute of Sweden. And I believe you also hold a PhD. Yes. So we have an expert from the science scene, and I think we need a lot of science to get this one going. And then we have Sten Ferneilen, who is expert mobility as a service and further from the Stad Antwerpen, and definitely a place where a lot of MAAS things are being conceived these days. So what do we actually mean by MAAS? The term MAAS is a popular label these days for anything that moves, apparently. However, we will use the curated definition as given by the MAAS Alliance today as background. So in that, the mobility as a service, MAAS integrates transport service into a single mobility service accessible on demand. A MAAS operator facilitates a diverse menu of transport options to meet a customer's request, whether they are public, ride, car or bike sharing, taxi, or car rental lease, or any combination thereof. For the user, the MAAS adds value through a single access to mobility with a single payment channel instead of multiple ticketing and payment operations. Also, the MAAS provides an alternative to use the private car that may be as convenient, more sustainable, definitely, and help reduce congestion and constraints in transport capacity, and might be even cheaper. So this is what the MAAS industry as such defines as their common goal, which is quite a big goal. So let's, this is established, let's dive into it. So the first round is a round of opening questions from me, and then we'll get immediate reactions, and then we'll go over to an open discussion, and hopefully also include some questions from you guys watching this. So please find your digital pen and start entering questions as soon as something is irritating your ears. So let's start with the regulation point of view. So Sten, there's a lot of talk about MAAS, but maybe not so much traction yet. So how does it look from a regulator's point of view? Why MAAS, and why do you see, and how do you see the regulator's role? Over to you, Sten.
So I would start with saying that I do think there's a lot of traction for MAAS, maybe not the B2C MAAS and the big expectations that have been created with the definition we just heard. And MAAS is going to solve all mobility solutions in a split second. What we do see from the Antwerp side is we see a lot of traction for the B2B MAAS solutions. In Belgium, we have a mobility budget, so it enables employers to give a mobility budget to employees and give them access to all kinds of things. So we do see a lot of movement there. Getting to a viable B2C MAAS offering is quite challenging because it's, as we all know, it's a low margin market. So if you just work with commissions on reselling of the product, that's not going to make anybody happy. So I think there's still a lot of groundwork to be done to see how a mutual benefit can be created. And I think there's a lot of challenge for all the players. So I do see a lot of traction. I do see a lot of challenges too. Not sure if we need a MAAS regulator, as I hear sometimes. I think in the first instance, we need an orchestrator, an enabler, a stimulator, somebody who does a lot of the massaging between all the players and build trust among players, because that is, I think, the main challenge. Making sure that we keep on looking for that mutual benefit among each others. So it's finding that balance. I think the whole story about stick and a carrot. What we try to do in Antwerp specifically is try to combine both. With Smart Ways to Antwerp, we have our whole program of Marketplace for Mobility, which we support all the players. We have our hard regulation. For example, the shared mobility providers have to integrate with at least 3 MAAS players. So it's a requirement if you want to put wheels on the ground in Antwerp for the micro mobility providers for the moment, but cars will follow. You have to integrate. We leave it open how you do it and how deep that integration goes and how the commercial model. I think it's not up to the regulator, but we try to stimulate that integration. Because we can use MAAS players to enable incentives and things like that. So we have a whole plan there. It's finding that balance. On the one hand, as regulator, understanding that there's a whole commercial model behind it. All the companies need to earn money for their stakeholders. That's you have to be aware of that as a government, but they also have to be aware that we have our KPIs. So we try to balance it, and it's a lot of talking, a lot of begging, a lot of massaging, but mainly sitting together and have open discussions and do not keep on talking, but do implement, try out, and see how far you can take it. It's still a lot of more ideas floating around, but I'll leave it to that for the moment.
Okay. Any immediate reactions from the panel? Just chip in.
Well, from an operator's perspective, I would say that I like that the last part of the balance. I think it's crucial because as a private company, we do have to make a profit. That's at least what our shareholders are expecting from us. But obviously, as well, we need to work with the city, which is something at least on our part that we embrace in all the cities we're in. But also that you're taking steps that is not all or nothing, but it's a work in progress. I think that's crucial.
And just adding to that, based on the experience in Sweden, I think what you're doing with getting different perspectives in the same room and discussing visions, yes, but more than that, concrete problems. I think that's really important, but it's also really difficult from a public sector perspective to learn by doing. We need to do that. We need to experiment. We need to do research. We need to understand what works and what doesn't, so we can adjust along the way. But from a public sector point of view, where we usually are risk averse, it is difficult. So we need to find new models and new competences and new processes where we can do that. So, but I can completely agree that is learning by doing, and shared learning is a key here, but it is difficult.
Yeah, and I would add, like we do have that political will from our vice mayor to do the learn by doing, and also always remember that failing is an option, because otherwise you don't try. If you don't try, you don't innovate. If you don't dare to fail, you don't innovate. So, and that is, for that you need strong, well, in our case, strong political backup to dare to fail in the public face. I think that is key to make MAAS happen from a ground layer.
What I can at least say from MAAS operators' point of view, I think Antwerp and City have been really one of the kind of the most active and leading authorities enabling good market conditions for mobility as a service. So I really think that Antwerp is one of the locations really to follow closely if you want to learn how to enable MAAS in your own city or country.
Okay, are you around in the area, Jonna? Or
well, basically our WIM service is live in Antwerp, and definitely the rules set by the city authority has been important part of making it happen. So I really think that this type of active role is crucial for making it happen.
So you're comfortable with the rules and you can act within them. Can you also get some input into your finance minister's box? Is there any money to be earned in Antwerp for a MAAS operator, and how do you earn them?
Well, we of course have B2C model with our MAAS service WIM. So in a way, city is not really giving us the money, but we are taking the risks. But the city is really kind of creating the market conditions to be able to create the MAAS solution. So I believe there are room for new things also in the future, but we are now in a good path for good future.
Just to give you a short list on the things that we are doing to support MAAS and mobility players, because it's one big whole. We have a project call where we support 8 projects for the integration of mobility services into MAAS apps. Among WIM, Skipper, Olympus are some of the MAAS players there. It includes parking, off-street parking integration in MAAS apps, because I think we don't focus enough on integrating interesting services for car users in a MAAS app, because that's the audience we want to reach. That's key there. We have developed an intermodal route planner, of which the API is available, works for the whole of Belgium, Netherlands, Luxembourg. So we can give advice, take the car to the train station, take the train, take a shared bike, and then walk apart, all in one leg. And we open that up. It's an investment that we've done to communicate about intermodality, because that is key. People have to be aware about all those options. We communicate about all the MAAS offering, how to make it easy. So we try to take away all the little barriers. We're adjusting the physical space and the hub transfer hub so that it's also readable in the analog world, because that is key. So we're trying to bridge all those things, the physical world, digital world, and the user into one seamless approach. Still a lot of work to do there, but and I think it's key to show that and try to support the building blocks of MAAS, but not necessarily put MAAS in the market yourself as a city, because let's be honest, if we focus on Antwerp alone as a MAAS solution, we're missing 90% of the people we want to reach, because most of them come from outside of Antwerp. So that's the focus also with Smartways to Antwerp, is outside of Antwerp, not necessarily people living in Antwerp. I think that's also a key difference there.
So the immediate takeaway there is that it's not only for the citizens of the city, it's also for everybody visiting or coming in and out, working and whatnot.
If I look at the modal split numbers of people living in Antwerp, because that's our KPI is a 50-50 modal split of all movements in Antwerp. If I look at people living inside of Antwerp, we already have a modal split of I think 60% non-car use. So we don't need to focus on them necessarily. It's people coming from outside of the ring road then, visitors, all those employees. Those are the ones we need to reach, and then you have to look outward. If they have to be able to start find a route solution or information on how to get to Antwerp from anywhere in the world, basically, but that would be a bit too expensive. So we focused on Belgium, Netherlands, Luxembourg, because most people coming to Antwerp are from those regions.
Okay, Göran, can you hold your question a little bit because I would like to go on to the next opening remark, and that comes from Anders. As a shared mobility provider, what are your expectations, if any, and what would be a fair governance between mobility as a service provider and MAAS agencies? Over to you, Anders.
Thank you. Okay. I think basically we always have expectations, so that's the first part. But we're a car sharing company. We operate electric car sharing, free flow car sharing across 8 European cities, Antwerp as one of them. And from my perspective, the service that we offer, it is a service. I think that's super important to remember. Likewise, some of our competitors in the industry, this has to be a service, which also means it has to be quite simple. Because if we are trying to change behaviors, which also ultimately is what we're doing, it needs to be more simple than what I'm used to. So that has to go through everything we do, whether it's on our side, on the city side, on the MAAS operators side, that if we make it too complex, then the users will find a different way. I think that's also very simple. And so it goes also for when we start connecting services, having different APIs. If it gets too complicated, it will simply become impossible to connect everything. And obviously, while I could wish that all MAAS operators and all cities would use exactly the same protocol, reality is also something different. So that's one of the parts that we have to again look at it from a simple perspective. I get that MAAS operators are building their own business and with different criteria and structures, obviously as well. So we're likely not going to get one standard which we would prefer, and that's why we will need to adapt. I think that's part of what we do in mobility in general. Cities are not alike either, so we adapt. And I think from our perspective as an operator, it's natural that we contribute to both supporting the overall mobility in the city and thus the MAAS platform, but as Stein said before, we are also business, so it needs to go hand in hand. And I've spoken to a lot of MAAS operators across Europe, and the motivations behind obviously as well are different. So how do we balance that? When it's operated by a city, there's one perspective. When it's operated by a private company, there's a different perspective, which is only natural. But clearly the motivation is different as well. So I think for us, it has to do with integrating easily. We are quite open in sharing APIs and sharing that access. Ultimately, I think it will increase the use of shared mobility. From our perspective as a business, we also look at it very simple again, saying, okay, what do we get out of it versus what do we pay for it? Because MAAS Global and others, they need to make a profit as well. So it's a balance. There needs to be a sort of value for everyone as well, I think. And then looking very much at what works and what doesn't work. And we've seen some good examples where it's really driven for greater purpose, or if it's very easy to use as well. And we've also seen some example, one unfortunately here from our home city in Copenhagen, which did favor public transport. Again, not ideal, and then we as an operator lose motivations. And then maybe just finally, from when we look at the integrational parts, and while we are happy to have the APIs and we're happy to go a long way in terms of what information can be accessed through a MAAS platform, we are always confronted with the legal issue is that our customers are using a vehicle. So we have a responsibility to verify they actually have a license. We also have the insurance element in it. And unlike some of these other mobility types, there is a risk, a real risk in driving a car. So we always have to have that parallel, and at least for now, we need to have the rights in our system from a responsibility perspective. So I think we've come a long way. There's definitely a lot of way more to move in.
Okay, thanks a lot, Anders. Any immediate reactions?
I have a question. Can you, on this, please expand a bit on your point of view on the model in Copenhagen, how that was unfortunate and how it promoted public transport?
Yes, very simple. They built in a rule that any trip had to include a public transport element, meaning that if I were to go from my office 1 kilometer down the street, it would divert me first to a station, take the subway 1 station, then take a shared vehicle to go to my end station, rather than just going down at the street taking a car sharing service or another service. So and here it was favoring public transport services at the expense of private operators. And then it doesn't make sense. It's not, no one will use it either, because you can very clearly, everyone can see in a map, okay, I get the direct route, or I get some weird long way where I need to change type of mobility 2 or 3 times. So again, coming back to the simple and intuitive solutions.
I think with the route planner that we build ourselves, there's also have been discussions about when we should favor certain modes or not. We try to put some other logic behind it. We define logic based on the outcome we want to have, but we don't force the user. So you will always be able to get route car advice, single mode, private car use, although we don't like it. But that's why we always, if you don't specify a mode, we will always make a suggestion of all the different combinations you get. And if the car is the best solution, we will show it on top. If single shared car is the best solution, it is sometimes the best solution. It's easy like that, but it's indeed, you have to be transparent on how you weight the different options, why you make certain choices, and document it. And that should be clear where you tweak things. But it is a challenge indeed to make sure that you don't. I think all the mobility solutions are part of what we want, except for private car in the city center maybe, but that's a personal opinion.
We can agree on that.
Yeah.
And I think
yeah.
Oh, please continue.
Yeah, but that's why we also built that route planner, because I think you also already see that with Google and Waze, that they have their preferences of well, they're trying to be still neutral, but I can imagine if you're a stakeholder in what is it, Lime, you want Lime to be used more often than any other of the other modes. So we want to make sure that we have a neutral solution to that doesn't start from a commercial perspective, but starts from an outcome policy perspective.
Yeah, and here also the regulation, if I may chip in on that one, the EU regulation actually dictates that you cannot make any preference simply because you feel like it, or you want to put public transport first because you feel that's the most sustainable thing. You have to present the options that are relevant for seen from the user perspective, and I think that's really the big. But I've seen green mobility suggestions in the travel planner completely useless. I totally agree. So, but I think it's over, isn't it? Are they doing it still?
It is.
Yeah.
No, it's
so.
But and I think some what you're touching upon is that we have to always remember the user in this. They are the ones obviously to use this, so it should be very simple for them. Otherwise, they will naturally go other places.
Yeah, you'll just go into their own car and plug in the address on the GPS, and off you go. So that's a competition. That's a real competition.
And of course, we want to influence more choice. That's as a regulator, we want to do that, but we don't have to do it within the MAAS model, because I completely agree with you, Anders. If we build in all these components that try to optimize for society and not the users, and they have other choices, of course they will use them. So I agree with you that even if we build publicly controlled MAAS services, we need to optimize them for the users, but then influence mode choice through other means, and then of course we have a lot of options that we are using and a lot of options that we aren't using at the moment.
That's what we try to do with Smart Waste Antwerp. We try to nudge people to the right direction. If they want to have car advice, no problem, but maybe it's faster with taking the train. But of course, in the end, if it's faster, and then we need to solve that on the ground. If it's too easy to access a city, there's one simple solution. It's not MAAS, it's concrete blocks that you need at that moment. So I think that we still need to remember MAAS in itself is not gonna change the behavior. It will make it easier to reach them or to take them by the hand and help them change their behavior. But if your infrastructure is not there, if you don't have real predictable, wouldn't say reliable, but predictable public transport. If you know that your train will always be 10 minutes late, you calculate it in. But if it's one time 10 minutes late and then 10 minutes early, you don't take it anymore. You get into your car. And if your infrastructure is not right, MAAS will also not. People will get into their car. So it's simple as that.
Yeah. So it's a very talkative panel I have here today. Thanks a lot for that. So we need to move on. Jonna, seen from the MAAS, and you have been in MAAS Global, pioneering MAAS now for a couple of years or many years. So what are the most common issues that you are facing business and governance wise towards the actors of the mobility as a service system, and maybe also the regulators that you meet around in the world?
Thanks, Soren. Well, first I could say, as you mentioned, we are one of the world's first MAAS companies, and we have the consumer brand called WIM. So basically, we are actually one of the companies that have realized the concept of mobility as a service by connecting in one app booking and payments for multiple modes of transportation, varying from public transportation to micromobility, taxis, car services, and even ferry connections. And we provide those services as pay-as-you-go trips, but also as monthly subscriptions. But to go back to your question, I want to start actually my 3-minute speech by an important reminder that is actually known by many transportation professionals, but gets quite often forgotten. Market split between privately owned cars and shared mobility is actually 75% for cars and only 25% for shared mobility. So 75% for cars and 25% for shared mobility. And why this is important is that it is actually relating to both, to issues business-wise and to issues governance-wise. If we start tackling first the business side, when looking into the market split, it actually doesn't make sense for shared mobility and MAAS providers to compete against each others, but to go after a bigger share that is today dominated by privately owned vehicles, so private cars. But still today, if we think of those business-wise issues, there are still a lot of players in the market that are hesitant and unwilling to cooperate together or with MAAS approach, but they continue fighting against each others and they continue working in silos. At the same time, many of the providers are afraid of losing the customer ownership, even if the goal of MAAS is to grow the sales of the service providers. And also there are hesitations to try out new pricing models that could act as a good tool to provide more attractive alternatives against private car ownership. What we have seen as we are working with such a big transport service network already is that quite often the smaller providers are more open as they are still growing their customer base, and the big ones are still more protective with their existing customer base. This, of course, all of this relates also to governance issues. What type of rules, controls, policies, decisions authorities could be making to enable better market conditions for developing MAAS and making better use of the existing and future shared mobility services. We have few examples that have been done already in different markets. Of course, Stein already introduced the model in Antwerpen, where the city have taken an active role on creating rules for open market and demanding shared mobility to open up their services. And in Finland, where actually I'm coming from, the country overcome a huge regulative changes to force players to open up their APIs and services towards third parties. I would say that both have worked to a certain level, but what makes it still challenging is that it would require a super active role by the authorities to follow whether the companies are actually complying with these rules and to think what they could do to speed up that to happen. But at the same time, these are only few countries that have followed the mentioned actions. So many countries and cities are still figuring out what could they do and what would be the correct approach for them. So I really believe that there should be more of this European-wide approach to see faster results. And well, I believe you will, Soren, mention a bit more about this at later stages of the panel. And we already know that luckily there is already progress happening, and possibly we could see this already next year. I have been now in MAAS business for over 8 years, and yes, we have progressed from first days a lot, but we are not there yet with suitable market conditions and solutions. Silos are still creating critical barriers. So maybe to end that, what I think would be an important thing to set is the kind of the overall goal and vision. What are we trying to target with all of this? And I think this comes back to what I said at the beginning. So market split of privately owned cars and shared mobility is 75% for cars and 25% for shared mobility. So the big goal should be to reduce private car usage to get into correct path of sustainable transportation. And this can happen by increasing the market split for shared mobility, and active governance and MAAS are good tools for that. Yeah, this is all I wanted to say. So thanks a lot, and I'm more than open for questions and discussion.
Let's see if we have some feedback from the guys.
So I do agree that we have to, or all the different modes, whether it's or all the different modes except for private cars, have to work together and have to understand that it's that shift that you want. Not replacing everyday private car use, or that's not formulated right. I mean, not replacing the private car completely, like That is one of the models that women has been doing, like the subscription model. Get rid of your car, take the total cost of ownership of a car, and provide you with a full-fledged mobility offer. I think that's one extreme. But if we can already replace one trip a week, like a Veggie Friday for meat, but then for mobility, Mobility Monday, let's call it that. Replace that one day a week with a car. Let people make sure that they can experience that. That is key, because then you're focusing on the car users. Those are the ones we want to have. For us, from a city perspective, honestly, if roughly said, there's some more things at play, but people getting from public transport on a shared scooter or things like that, or start walking, or they are already behaving good. They are not problem. The challenge is the car users. Make them move different, and indeed now we're still focusing too much. MAAS players are battling over the users of the shared mobility providers. Public transport authorities are afraid that they will lose their customers. Well, in the end, it doesn't really matter. As long as we don't reach the car users, we're just playing in the margin. I think that is something we have to remember. And then it comes down to understanding that I think a shared mobility provider can create an offering that through a MAAS provider that is unique and different from what his own offering is. Sell by the minute, sell by the hour, it doesn't really matter, but make sure that the MAAS provider can give a different offering so that they're not competing over the same thing. If the user pays €1 through the shared mobility provider and €1 through the MAAS provider, you're both losing. But the MAAS provider can create added value in different ways, and maybe sell it a bit cheaper or maybe more expensive, but create added value for the end user. And that is something you finally have to understand.
And hopefully, I think the whole agenda is here to sell more tickets and more car shares and whatnot shares. That's the whole agenda. So, Göran, I think we're going to take your opening question before we have to close. So let's see if I can find you here. Sorry about this. So Göran, in your research, what are your findings related to the business and governance stumbling blocks for enabling MAAS for real? Because I think that's something that you have been looking into.
It is, and it's also something that Jonna talked about. So it's built on that. And as you mentioned in your introduction, I defended my doctoral thesis on MAAS last year. It's called actually Making Mobility as a Service, but towards governance principles and pathways, and analyzes the developments in Sweden, Finland, and Australia thus far. And one important but potentially discouraging contribution of that thesis is that it illustrates how complex the process of realizing MAAS really is. And a big reason for that, or for this complexity, is that, as many of you know, or all of you know, that MAAS introduces two new operative roles to the value chain for mobility services: MAAS integrators that assemble data from mobility service providers, and MAAS operators that package and sell MAAS to users. I use those terms, but you use quite a few slightly different terms in your model there, but it's the same. And as we know, MAAS Global is one of the companies that are trying to take both of those roles. But additionally, MAAS engages technology providers and governments at local, regional, national, and supranational levels. And if you take all these actors, this diverse actors into account, as well as society at large in local contexts, then it's quite easy to identify quite a large number of factors that either drives or hinders MAAS developments. And we did that and categorized that based on a framework that is called IRIMS, that differentiate between three analytical levels: macro, meso, and micro. And at the macro level, that focuses on the larger societal scale, we have the ongoing digitalization of urban life that pushes MAAS developments forward. It has enabled the influx of new types of mobility services, such as green mobility, and has also opened up opportunities for new types of digital tools, such as MAAS and WIM. But still, and despite the developments in, for instance, Finland, the regulatory environment for personal mobility is not really adjusted for these new services or for MAAS. In Sweden, for instance, it is very clear that most public transport authorities feel that the Public Transport Act, which is based on the European Public Transport Act, bars them from taking front seat roles in MAAS developments and thus hindered them to act. But even more so at the meso level, which refers to the network of regional and local actors, there are, as you all know, disagreements on who should take the new roles. And this has created a lot of anxiety and mistrust between actors, for instance, regarding access to data and access to customers. And just the fact that so many actors are involved, that makes it really difficult to develop business models that are viable for all these actors, viable for users, and viable for society. But at the same time, many seem to think that MAAS is the future model for transport or personal mobility, and basically actors fear that if they don't jump on the MAAS bandwagon, they will miss out, so that thus they invest in MAAS developments. And then we have, of course, the micro level, which centers on the users, and the influx of new mobility services has made it easier to live without owning a car, at least in some larger cities. But it has also made personal mobility systems more difficult to comprehend for users, and thus created a growing demand for coordinating tools such as MAAS. But at the same time, the private car is a fierce competitor, practically, culturally, and habitually. So this impedes MAAS adoption. So just to summarize, one of the main messages from my thesis is, unfortunately, that MAAS is a complex endeavor that is shaped by many different factors and thus require many different types of innovation from many different actors. It is neither a technological problem or a business model dilemma. It is both of them and much more. I'm sorry to say.
Fascinating. If you wanted to put in a commercial here, is your thesis available on the net, or can?
It is openly available. Just Google "making mobility as a service" and Goran Smith or Chalmers, and I'm pretty sure you will find it on one of the first hits. So yes.
Okay. So if you're not going to Copenhagen tonight, here's some reading for your evening tea. So any comments to science?
I would like to say that yes, indeed, it is complicated. But on the other hand, if you build trust among the stakeholders, like we've been doing, an integration doesn't have to be that difficult. It can be just sending a CSV in with a couple of codes and do a billing each month and be done with it and get started already. Once you get scale, of course, you have to do the investment. But if we try to get everything right from day one, it is indeed a matter of, on all levels, defining insurance claim, making sure that insurance claims are okay, building trust among the stakeholders, governance models on city, region, federal. I'm from Belgium, it's already complicated to know where to put a bike park. But it is there's so much still low-hanging fruit if you have that trust. If you build that trust among players, then it is easy to get started and to experiment. And then on the discussion, what is the business model? It's all of the above. A government should have, it's okay for a government on whichever level to have a MAAS solution, but it shouldn't exclude commercial players. Commercial players should not get exclusivity on mobility solutions. Because if you push for that system and you understand that, you can get really nice combinations like we have in MAAS integration in the KBC banking app, for example. You can book all MAAS solutions through your banking app. It's no risk for the mobility providers because there's a bank behind it. and the MAAS provider gets its money because it's purely based on the service, not on the reselling of the tickets. We have insurance company gives a MAAS budget instead of a replacement car, so that creates an offer. So if we understand that it's all possible, and also the small combinations build create added value for the end users, then we have so many options to make a viable business model for so many different companies. So yes, it's complicated, but it can be so simple.
I think we have one regulator there is quite convinced.
I have to.
One,
otherwise.
and then we just need the rest of the world to be the same as you, Stein. We do have a couple of questions, and I think that's important that we honor those from the audience. We have one from Cristobal Simonovic. From a MAAS perspective and the impact that it has on cities, do you believe subsidies from government are key to support these initiatives, considering they are not a massive EBITDA, or they're not generating a lot of money? Question mark.
For me, from a city perspective,
short answer, Steen.
Yeah, our goal is a 50-50 modal split. Doesn't really matter how we reach that. That's our KPI. So if we fund public transport with it, why not shared mobility? Is my personal perspective.
Okay, cool. Any other points on it?
Yeah, I think the subsidies can be a key motivator to go and to start something new that you may otherwise not have done. So they still have an important role, at least in this build-up phase we're in.
So it's to prime the pump or something like that.
Exactly.
Okay, cool. We have another question from Lucian Sagan. How does the previous neutrality discussion that I think we had earlier match with the nudging towards sustainable modes aspects?
I'll take that one. Well, it's not because you nudge and you show the different options that you force them. They can still choose. But cars do the same thing. All the publicity we see, they nudge you towards the car. So why not use the same tactics as a city?
So it's not, but it's done in an open manner.
Yeah.
So yeah. Okay, thanks a lot. So we have 3 minutes left, so I would just take a round to the panel. Your favorite takeaway that people should note down and take away from here and start doing. Who want to start?
Well, I can start because I think that it was in a way raised by many levels that we need this kind of a European-wide approach or worldwide approach, that there are kind of a similar type of governance, not only in few locations, but we need to scale the governance to multiple locations. It will be easier for MAAS operators, it will be easier for the transport service operators, and it will be definitely more effective and kind of faster to speed up the market creation by the authorities. So I really think that this is the key takeaway.
Stein, short.
I'll try. I think the key takeaway is make sure you build trust and understand that it's bigger than just reselling tickets. That's not what it's about. And just sit together and talk and have a nice beer, and then you can solve many things already.
I'll take you on that one.
We're close to doing that. I think it's obvious that from different perspective, the end game is aligned. We want more or less the same. So it is taking the next steps and then realizing also that we are still in the beginning phase, even though a lot has been done. So
thanks, Anna. And go on.
Yeah, I think Stein didn't say it explicitly, but I think that's a takeaway anyway. That MAAS is just a small piece of the puzzle. I mean, and MAAS is supposed to be user-centric, that is mentioned all the time. But to make, we want to make it society-centric as well. And to do that, we need to link MAAS developments with measures aimed at declining the private car regime. That for me, that's a really key here. That we need to link those two, and then we can actually have some impact.
Cool. And for me, I can just say that if we could just make MAAS as easy to use as to travel the world multimodal on an airline with multiple airlines in using one travel plan, one ticket and one payment in the currency of your choice. That's basically what the objective is. So thanks very much, and to the panel, and have a nice day and continued conference, and back to the organizers. Bye everybody. Thanks a lot.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Soren and the panel, for that extremely interesting discussion. Thank you. Now moving on to the next agenda. As you've probably heard in this summit, and perhaps even experienced it yourself, the pandemic has altered the pattern of mobility for many people. And because of that, new forms of shared and connected mobility are taking root, complementing stretched public transport systems and offering convenient, eco-friendly alternatives for commuting and urban travel. So how can cities embrace this great opportunity for a green recovery, and how do we build back better? To discuss how micromobility helps cities make a green recovery, I am so delighted to welcome to moderate this session with his panel, Noel Rock, former TD in Ireland and Managing Director of Pixel Strategic Consulting. Welcome, Noel. Yeah, it's like, I did it, and then this. Breaking the flow of things. As in, you can't press the button, right? You can't press the button. No response. Hi, welcome back to the International Mobility Summit, TIMS 2021. We are working on some technical difficulties we were facing just now, but I do believe that your moderator, Noel, is ready for you right now. So Noel, let's get straight to you.
Thank you very much. It's a real pleasure to be here today for this module. How can micromobility help cities make a green recovery? I'm going to hand over to Ashwini, who is the head of public policy at TIR globally, and he might bring us through his thoughts on this important issue before we go to our distinguished panel, who I will introduce after Ashwini's presentation.
Thank you, Noel. Great to be here and great to be in this conversation with a number of folks who I have admired and respected for so long. So let's kick off in the interest of time. Would love to thank Noel, first of all, for being the moderator on this panel. Noel is the former Irish MP from Dublin Northwest. He was an architect of the city's public transport strategy, including shaping legislation to permit micromobility. Before that, held positions with the Dublin City Council, European Parliament, and here in the US, where I am, was on Senator Hillary Clinton's staff and on the Clinton presidential campaign. So thank you, Noel, for taking on these duties. I think we can jump into the slides, and so you can see the profiles of the speakers. If we can go to the next slide, and then the next one, yeah. And then, so I'll quickly introduce our panelists and would love them to say a few words about what they're looking to get out of this discussion. First up, Karen von Clausen, Secretary General of the Polis Network. They're a leading voice in fostering cooperation between the public and private sectors in the area of urban transport innovation. And she's frankly one of the leading voices in Europe on the evolution of urban mobility and mobility as a service. So thank you, Karen. Michael Horowitz, who's the Director of Development Mobility at Arrival, a company that is bringing human-centered intelligent design to public transport. And in his prior roles with Transport for London and the UK Department for Transport, he was responsible for helping shape much of the transport innovation we've seen in the UK over the last 15 years. So thank you, Michael. And finally, Tatiana Samsonova, the policy analyst with the OECD's International Transport Forum. They're one of the most respected global organizations focused on transportation policy and a great convener of leading private and public sector participants to help build a fact-based approach to transport innovation. So I will stop there. Would love to hear from each of our panelists a little bit about what they're looking for out of this discussion, and then I will do a quick framing of the conversation, and then we'll go straight to discussion. Karen, would you mind kicking off?
Sure. Thank you, Ashwini, and good afternoon or good morning, depending on where you are, everyone. So I'm Karen from Polis, indeed Secretary General at Polis, which is the European network of cities and regions working together on sustainable urban mobility and innovation. So while our membership is public, we engage with the private sector a lot because we believe that you're bringing many interesting solutions to the table. And we also strongly believe in policy responsive innovation. So innovations that actually are solutions to the challenges that we are facing in our cities when it comes to transportation. So we've also been talking a lot to the micromobility industry, the new kids on the block, let's say, from the last couple of years, and try to find the best governance approaches where we can really capitalize on the opportunities you guys are bringing, but also mitigate possible negative externalities. So looking forward to this discussion to further see how we can move forward together.
Thank you. Michael.
Hi, everybody. Great to be here. Yes, I now work for Arrival, and our goal is to bring fully electric vehicles to elevate the experience of being in cities, focus on the bus and last mile delivery. But before that, I guess I have a particularly relevant perspective on the evolution of the micromobility world. I was previously in Transport for London, so know how it feels to sit on the regulator's side of the fence when you're looking to bring forward an evolution in this market, and then previously in national government. So I know some of the challenges as well And I guess now that I'm in the private sector, I can give an honest assessment of the strengths and weaknesses of those approaches taken. So very much looking forward to this discussion and sharing some of those insights.
Thank you. And Tatiana.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ashwini. Very happy to be here in this excellent panel. I guess I need to add that I'm also a huge enthusiast when it comes to micromobility. At the ITF, we've been working on questions of how to regulate micromobility, trying to stock all of the best practices, talk to service providers to see how they can function in cities, but also city officials and national governments to discuss with them what are their concerns when it comes to proliferation of the services. And most importantly, just to understand what actually works, what doesn't, where, when it comes to regulating the services. There have been different approaches, some cities banning them outright, others having more liberal approach. But the key thing is that we don't have all answers yet. So I'm looking forward to the discussion to get some different perspectives on that. Thank you.
Brilliant. So would love to just frame our conversation. And the title of the talk is "How can micromobility help cities make a green recovery?" And obviously, when we're talking about a recovery, we're talking about emerging from COVID, which thankfully a lot of our cities are. And I'm reminded of this meme, if I'm sure folks are familiar with it. There's this picture of this tidal wave, and that's the COVID wave, and people are sort of anticipating getting past that, but just behind it is the climate crisis wave. And so there's this notion of you can't just sort of see your way through one crisis only to step into the next one. And so I think it's really a timely conversation for us as cities hit pause. And then as cities think about how they're going to reopen, let's think deliberately about what the right outcome is, not just a return to normal, which is often the instinct, wanting things to return to the way they were. They won't return to exactly the way they were. And how can we, as policymakers, as public, private sector participants, help shape what that new tomorrow looks like? So I think we can go to the next slide. This really gives you a sense of what Berlin just this summer was looking like, is in the reopening after a long period of reduction in traffic. We seem to be sort of returning to our old ways, but how do we sort of avoid that? And so, for me, stepping back a little bit and just thinking about this pandemic in the context of prior similar global events, diseases shape cities. We know this. We saw this 100 years ago with early 20th century pandemics. Our modern day public health policies and our modern urban sewage systems came about in the wake of those prior epidemics. And so that's kind of how I think about the current crisis as well, that it is having and will continue to have tragic consequences for many people, but it's also leading to these new conditions that we can leverage to drive more innovation that's more sustainable, makes for more resilient, human-centered cities. And so for a lot of us, COVID is a life-changing moment, and it's given us a sort of a sandbox, certainly in the transportation space, for people to try services that maybe wouldn't have been an option prior to that. I think one thing for me as an observer that was a welcome surprise was that the UK, which for a long time couldn't move forward with micromobility during the COVID wave, I think a lot of those plans were accelerated. And so in that way, this notion of a sandbox, or this notion of leveraging the crisis for an opportunity became much more concrete, and we see that in cities across Europe. And so, some stats that I thought might be helpful for us to have in mind as we have this conversation. Some survey data that I'd seen showed that respondents were 93% more likely to walk as a result of the COVID crisis. Makes sense. We want to get out. We want to get some exercise. 83% were more likely to cycle than before. And so these are huge shifts. These are the kinds of shifts that transportation planners hope and pray for, and it's hard to affect that kind of behavioral change. And I think it's okay that the reason for this was recreational. The fact that we wanted to bike because we wanted exercise, the fact that people are using micromobility because they want to get out and get fresh air and get some movement. Because the pressures of COVID, I think that's okay. And the fact that many people came to cycling and micromobility for the first time is really a silver lining to me of the pandemic. But the scary thing is also that 69% of respondents were more likely to use a private car. And I think that's kind of the crux for cities and for our discussion today. Is it's really up to us in many ways which of these routes we will follow as cities and as policymakers. And so I think would love to just kick over to the panel discussion now. And what's interesting to me about this group really is various of us have worn public sector and private sector hats, have been at the intersection of public and private sector dialogue. And so really for me, teasing out where the friction points are, as well as where the opportunities for alignment might be, could be a really interesting conversation. So with that, I will hand it back over to Noel to kick off the conversation.
Fabulous, Ashwini. Thank you for teeing that up nicely for our panel discussion. It's great to be joined by such a distinguished panel of people. I'm really looking forward to getting into and unpacking some of those points that Ashwini made in the time available to us. So Ashwini, you laid the scene there in a way. You talked about the COVID-19 pandemic and how it's an opportunity to transform the transport landscape, I suppose, and make it far more sustainable. I'll go to you first, and then I might open it up to the panel. In your view, what's the specific opportunity to transform the sector, and what's required in terms of policy making or policy thinking to make that happen?
I think it's funny. I've worked for a number of tech companies in the transportation space in my career, and there's often this mantra of not asking for forgiveness, but not asking for permission, but rather asking for forgiveness, and it's often associated with the sort of the California tech bro mentality, if I can reduce it. But I don't think that's necessarily a terrible approach when you're trying to innovate and try new things. I just think maybe some of those folks are applying it in the wrong way. So one of my personal heroes in the transportation innovation space is the former transportation commissioner for New York, Jeanette Sadiq-Khan. She wrote this book, Street Fight, and it's very much the same mentality of you really can't ask for piecemeal permission from community boards and all the people who have an opinion on what you should do with your streets, because if you've got a city of 8 million people, you'll have 8 million opinions on whether a bike lane should go here, whether parking should be replaced here. And so really, for me, it's more of a general approach mentality of, as public sector officials, and I know some of the most sort of forward-leaning and innovative thinkers are actually in the public sector. They're often stymied by the process that they have to operate under. And so wherever possible, if we can create a space for transportation innovation to come from the government, to come from the regulators, and sort of unleash some of that thinking and free some of that thinking up. And again, I think COVID has presented us an opportunity to do that because of the amazing sandbox that our cities have sort of turned into. I would love to see more of that. And I think the beauty of having this conversation in the European context and not in the US, where I'm sitting right now, is that a lot of this planning has already been done, right? Cities and countries, and even at the European level, there has been a lot of thought that has gone into transportation planning over the years. And the current crisis has given some license to just bring those plans forward. And so to me, that's the best of both worlds. You have the experts who've given this a lot of thought, have done the research, it's fact-based, and now you've got an opportunity in which to implement some of those plans, perhaps sooner than we'd all anticipated.
Absolutely. And I mean, Tatiana, we were talking about it before we went live on air here about the progress that Paris has made so far, for example, in terms of suddenly transforming its thinking around the municipality and around infrastructure, I suppose. So in terms of the question there, I mean, what do you think is required in terms of, I guess, the policy making to make that happen in other places, and maybe what's required from cities themselves?
Well, I would say that in the context of discussion in the aftermath of COVID-19, in Paris or in many other cities, what happened was this emergence of emergency infrastructure. And I think the key point here is that we need to understand that emergency is not necessarily a synonym to temporary. And the fact that Paris actually used that as a way to kind of promote this agenda, to reallocate more space. We've been discussing that there's a lot of different videos where there's congestion on bike lanes, which is fascinating. I experienced that myself as well. But the point being, when we talk about micromobility, we talk about, yes, regulation is needed, for instance, how do we regulate? But some of the key issues related to, for instance, safety, related to improper parking, has not much to do with regulation, but with how our cities function. So reallocating road space and using this momentum using this momentum after COVID is extremely important, because we do understand that throughout the pandemic period, we realized that our transport systems are not very resilient long-term. And what was and the strongest contribution of public transport, for instance, to be able to move as many people as possible, became a liability. So we do need to have some alternatives to that. That is not car use, if we're talking about climate emergency, and that is not prone to, and that also sits well together with the social distancing requirements in case of emergencies of that sort. So for now, this reallocation of road space to alternative modes seem to be the most important thing that policymakers on their side can do.
And I mean, Karen, going to you on that, like there's some obvious solutions, I suppose, being posed there. And what Ashwini said at the outset is interesting as well, in terms of, some of the most innovative people, perhaps with the most innovative solutions, are inside the public sector and inside these organizations. So from your perspective, what do you think maybe it could be done here?
Yeah, as I mentioned at the beginning, we strongly believe in the governance of innovation, and so the private sector has this reputation of being agile and dynamic and fast. But I think what the public sector has shown throughout this pandemic is that they can be agile and fast as well, and can roll out things in an emergency situation when they have to, because I think our cities really stepped into the front lines and made sure that services kept moving for those who still needed to move around. And public transport from that perspective has been resilient, even though it has been hit hard at the same time. So also when we move forward now and want to capitalize on the momentum, it's very important to indeed look at the total ecosystem and see how we can build public transport back, but also how we can just have a range of sustainable alternatives that work together and join forces to compete indeed with the private car, which now is wrongly being perceived as the ultimate safety bubble from a COVID perspective, which clearly it is not. So it will be a matter of really looking at the wide range of options and alternatives that we can offer, and see how we can build that resilient, sustainable recovery together. And that will require investment for sure. So the recovery and resilience funds that are being released on the European level, we really have to make sure that an important share is going to sustainable urban mobility, and not just to saving the aviation or automotive sector, for example. And for that, we will also really need very strong public-private partnerships. Mass transit can do a lot, but it cannot do everything. And there are gaps that we need to fill to make sure we can compete with the private car. And there I believe strongly in shared mobility, in micro-mobility, to be able to fill those gaps and also meet different types of needs. And that brings me to the next step. Our cities need to become multimodal and intermodal. And for that, we will have to invest with our policies a lot in integration of those modes, both on a digital level and on a physical level, in terms of interchanges, mobility hubs across the city, etc. And finally, we just don't need carrots only, we really need sticks as well. And that means strongly disincentivizing the use of the private car in our cities. And finally, internalizing the external costs, the real external costs of the car to society. And that will also make people think about the alternatives that are right in front of them, actually.
Absolutely, and I think that's a really important point as well. And you move me on very neatly, actually, to my next question for Michael. In terms of that public and private sector kind of interlocking piece where micromobility, I suppose, can be a mechanism that unlocks existing public transport networks in many ways, the first mile, last mile solution. Michael, you've you've worked in and around this sector with various hats on, I suppose. What do you think is a good example, I suppose, there of the public and private sector working together, both when it comes to decarbonisation, but also more generally as well?
Well, I think there's two elements to it. I think one of the key enablers for good collaborative working is how the public sector approaches it in the first instance. So there needs to be an effective dialogue up front. I think in a lot of cities where you've had challenges in micromobility, e-scooter, permitting, there just wasn't enough of a conversation up front between the public sector and the private sector, and I will deliberately over-characterize here, but for very good reason, the public sector sees itself as the champion of inclusion and of accessibility. There are very real and justifiable worries for vulnerable road users. Some people are scared about what does it mean if people are riding scooters on pavements, that kind of stuff. There's real genuine concerns. And I think one of the failings sometimes is if the public sector official just sees themselves as an official and as the guardian of the public good. In reality, however, they also have to provide an environment where a private sector company can thrive. You need to give them sufficient flexibility, sufficient commercial opportunity. That means that the regulatory burden is not so heavy that they can't make a business, right? So it has to be, that's the first part of the balance. I think the second part of the balance, and just to come back to that point, Ashwini mentioned it, and we've spoken about it, right? In our different employments in the past, we can trace back when we've had this conversation, and actually as a counterpoint to that, I still do think that the ask for forgiveness, not permission, is I think it's wrong, and there has to be, from the private sector point of view, entering into that debate to say there's a deal to be struck here, there's a middle ground to be found. And I would say that rather than coming to a place, going for scale and letting the regulations catch up, I think there's a deal to be struck that if I believe anyway, is that those organizations who really invest in understanding what it takes to work well with the authority in a given area, and I actually think TIA spend quite a lot of time truly understanding what needs to happen in an area. They were one of the winners in London. That was a competition that I was involved in overseeing. When you've really invested in the time of what does it mean before you do the scale play, then I think that attitude is the one that that is good from both sides. So I would say there's an approach and an attitude you need from the public sector, and there's an approach and an attitude you need from the private sector. And when they meet, that leads to the most constructive approach to micromobility that can help a city.
And it's really interesting, Michael. I mean, talking about that approach where both sides kind of lean in together to create one solution that works for the majority of people. I mean, Tatiana alluded to the challenges of parking, for example, and non-users of micromobility, for example, yet being impacted on it. Ashwini, that's something that TIR devote a lot of time and mind space, I suppose, to thinking about, isn't it? Both, how to best implement micromobility, but also how to bring about the best possible standards for the non-users of micromobility. And if we're to get to a moment, as Tatiana put it earlier on, where we move from emergency measures not just being seen as temporary measures and micromobility being seen as a permanent solution, if you like, to the climate challenges that we're facing right now, that really will have to be done a lot more, won't it, Ashwini, in terms of responsible usage and thinking more about non-users in addition to users as well.
Very, very much so. And I think the corollary to Michael's point about government officials creating a space not only where they are the safeguards of the public interest, but also creating an environment where private enterprise can thrive. The corollary to that is that private operators also need to wear these hats that think about constituents other than their own direct customers. And so it does require that private companies be thinking about accessibility, about inclusivity, about sustainability, all these principles that, maybe prior generations of startups hadn't. I think it's not an option with micromobility. You're using the public right of way. Of necessity, you're going to be interacting with non-riders. You need to be thinking about what does this do for people with disabilities? What does this do for pedestrians for whom this is not a desired service, but we want them to share the space with people who use the service? And so it really requires a blended thinking on the part of both the government officials as well as private officials. And I think this really all comes together in the form of tendering. And so you've seen this used to good effect in London, in Paris, in a number of cities where really cities will sit down and scope out what is the desired outcome here. We want to make sure that this isn't just serving a segment of the population in the central business district. Is this serving the entirety of the city? Is this serving people who don't have the ability to pay with a smartphone? Is this serving people who have other abilities that may not be able to use a two-wheel stand-up scooter? So all of these considerations then get fed into a tender, and then companies who are, this is what they do well, they respond to the requirements and innovate around those requirements. And so that's the one sort of piece of advice that I now give to government officials is like, how do we do this? We want to do it. We know people want micromobility in our city. We believe it can be helpful in recovering from COVID and forestalling a climate crisis. But how do we make sure that the operations are responsible? And the answer really is, well, you can enumerate what the requirements are and then let the market compete to be the best to deliver those. And always with a caveat, Michael's caveat of being mindful of the fact that at the end of the day, companies still need to be viable. They need to be economically sustainable. So you can't put too many ornaments on the tree. But I think as London, Paris, Dubai, a number of cities are demonstrating, you can strike the right balance where you actually get the best result and the most sustainable operators if you put real thought into the design of that. And so I think that's also an area, designing those tenders, where we would all benefit from conversations between regulator and regulated.
And I guess we're seeing operators certainly growing in sophistication of their thinking, but also local authorities growing in the sophistication of their thinking as well when it comes to designing and framing and thinking about these tenders. And part of the reason behind that, I suppose, is that we can look to other cities and jurisdictions and iteratively learn from that. So the question, I suppose, to all of you really, Michael, Karen, Tatiana, feel free to jump in, is a lot of the discussion around a green recovery and how it can happen in our cities is around how micromobility can help unlock public transport as a first and last mile solution. Have any of you seen any good examples of that recently that you'd like to share? Or where should cities be looking for inspiration right now as the sophistication, if you like, of these tendering processes and of the thought leadership begins to grow? Might go to Karen. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so as I was mentioning, we invest a lot in having this conversation between the public and private sector, and exactly with the aim of coming to approaches that are win-win for both sides of the story. And we're currently in a situation where we still need to explore also what works and what doesn't work. And I think it's perfectly fine that we are going through a trial and error phase for that matter. So sometimes you have to recognize that certain approaches are not successful. But when it comes to successful approaches and integrating public transport, for example, with micromobility, we've seen a few interesting examples emerge already, including what the Swiss railways are doing, where they really consider micromobility as a way for making their own services more attractive as well. So to cover indeed that first and last mile, and to offer solutions to the micromobility industry through physical integration by providing hubs at stations where micromobility devices are being made available, but also physical digital integration into the SBB app, so where also micromobility services are being offered. And I think that's a very good example. We're also involved in a European funded project called eHubs, where cities are deploying and rolling out electromobility hubs across the city at short distance from each other on neighborhood level, where different services come together and can be picked up by the citizens. And also in close cooperation with the citizens, those locations have been identified. This is happening in Manchester, for example, in Amsterdam, in my hometown, the city of Leuven. And I think it's also a very interesting example. Coming back to the point that Ashwini was also making in terms of commercial viability, I think it's not that easy to make big money out of sustainable mobility. So we really also have to explore new types of public-private partnerships and business models. And I think if those services really help cities to reach their policy goals, we should also consider subsidies and new ways of pricing mechanisms. And this is something that is emerging as well, where cities are stepping in when they see that certain trips are reaching out to certain target groups, are covering certain remote areas or certain off-peak periods. And then those trips could, I think, also be subsidized. And we see stuff happening in that new space as well, which I think is very encouraging.
Naturally, ticketing, integrated ticketing, integrated availability, so that you know micromobility is available when you get off your train or your bus. These things are naturally important, and the capacity for the station itself to host the micromobility infrastructure, so that you're not walking 5 minutes after the station, that you can hop on and hop off, is okay. These are important integrations. Michael, Tatiana, we might go to our final questions here, because we're short on time and there's so much expertise to unpack and distill. This session is about, ultimately, I suppose, the opportunities and the challenges that come about as a consequence of COVID. Tatiana, you had said at the outset that, emergency measures don't necessarily mean temporary measures. So I might go to you. What do you think the COVID impact on micromobility and on public transport more generally will be in the long term?
I would say it depends on how cities and how governments will actually act, because in some countries we already see really worrying trends of increasing car use, just as you mentioned, because it seems to be like the safe bubble from the pandemic. But we do need to put in place measures that will reverse this trend. So we do see also positive changes in behavior with the emergence of all of the bike lanes. Yet again, a lot of people cycling. If we look in the data in Paris and in other European cities, it's just impressive how much cycling rate has increased in the last year and a half. So we do see both. And just to echo, I would say just to echo what Karen was saying from the outstart, we do need to control and to control for car use and to control for unsustainable travel. So this is not necessarily the impact of COVID itself, but rather, as we discussed, it's an opportunity to understand what we should be doing so that we get out of it, not to business as usual, but actually use this as an opportunity to promote and to advance the sustainable development agenda and to advance decarbonization of transport.
Michael, that was sort of related to a point that you were making earlier on as well, before we came on air, with regard to the modal shift and how important it is, I suppose, for us not simply to be shifting people from walking or from other active modes of transport to micromobility, but rather to be shifting people from private car usage. I suppose that would be something you'd be hoping would be one of the changes that's maybe here to stay in a post-COVID era, is it?
Well, I think it's exactly the right point, Noel, because it's in the balance. And I think that the things that we've definitely seen that are here to stay is that we've learned that we can transact our lives, get our food, get our products, watch TV, all from the luxury of our own home. Things come to us. And I mean, that's one of the reasons why Arrival does what we do. We're trying to reduce the impact and elevate the experience of home delivery. But I think really important is that now is the time to double down on supporting those interventions that lead to a sustainable outcome. You know, we all speak about this risk of a car-based recovery, and now is the time to make sure that we do everything that we can to make the bus mass transit as attractive as we possibly can. Really put users at the center of designing those. What's genuinely going to take people away from what they might feel is safer in a car. We're going to have to really try. And I think what I would say is that that is a real moment of inflection, and bravery, I would say, required both from a financial point of view, from a policy point of view, is that in order to just stop people going back to what they think is the easiest option or the safest option, now's the time to really, really try and, and I agree with Karen, you either have to make it so good it's the obvious choice, or be prepared to brandish the stick as well to really encourage them, because I think we may end up with, I guess, a perverse set of outcomes where we've had this great moment where we can see that we can do things quickly, we can do things with, I would say, a more streamlined consultation process, and the risk is that we dump it all and just go back to the outcomes that we don't want. So I think now's the time for some bravery and resilience from the policymakers and the funding bodies.
Okay, bravery is required. Ashwini, the closing question for you. I'm conscious they might put the guillotine down on this discussion, as we used to say in Parliament, any minute now. So what changes do you think are here to stay with us that will influence transport, Ashwini?
Well, I think it really does depend on the choices we make. And so I love that the conversation has come back to Karen's notion of the stick and this notion of political bravery, right? I always come back to, I think the regulators are the experts. They know what the right policies are. They put the effort and they've got the plans. Oftentimes the politicians are the brick wall where that doesn't go anywhere. And so we really need bravery from politicians. And I think it requires less bravery right now. We're at this moment where if you're not going to build out your bike lane network now, if you're not going to have dedicated bus lanes now, you probably never will. Right now, there's a groundswell of support for these policies. In Paris, this notion of reducing speeds has popular support. And so you can make those decisions that maybe 5 years ago would have been seen as politically unwise. And so to me, what the future looks like very much depends on how brave our politicians are today and how vocal people are, because we've sampled. I mean, we talk about the sort of safety, the safety of the bubble of the car. For me, throughout all this, my bubble has been biking, it has been walking. And the thing that imperils that is the fact that car speeds are increasing where I live. And so that makes it harder for me to bike more and to walk more. And so that's something that I'm hoping that my politicians hear and will act on. And if that means wielding the stick as well as wielding the carrot, then I think that's what we need. New York is poised to implement congestion pricing, and we're all sort of sitting here with our fingers crossed, hoping that it crosses the line. But those kinds of policies, I think, are increasingly popular and are increasingly necessary.
Absolutely. When you consider the backdrop of the challenges we face, both in terms of COVID, personal mobility, but also, as you say, climate change and sustainability as well, it would seem that the brave choice is also the right choice in terms of doing what mayors and politicians in various cities have done and really embraced infrastructure, I suppose, and embraced making those changes, because like any change, there will always be challenges, but indeed there's opportunities as well. And when you get to the other side of those changes, that can sometimes be a very positive thing. My apologies, we couldn't go on for any longer. I'd like to thank my esteemed panel today, Tatiana, Michael, Karen, and Ashwini. It's been a real pleasure to discuss and unpack these issues with you here today. And now I'll hand back over to the studio for the next session. And thank you all very, very much again.
Many thanks to Noel and the panel for that insightful session on how we can help cities make a green recovery. It's a truly exciting time for the micromobility sector. So closing our session today, we look at the European Investment Bank's commitment to sustainable mobility and green transport solutions. As is obvious by now, transport is undergoing a period of unprecedented change. Political, economic, social, and technological trends are innovating transport services. The future of mobility and the new mobility ecosystem have been a highly discussed topic which have influenced the business model and long-term strategy of vehicle producers and transport operators in the last decade. Here with us in the studio to present financing opportunities for sustainable mobility and green transport solutions, I am delighted to welcome the Vice President of the European Investment Bank, Mr. Chris Pedersen.
Thank you very much for the introduction, and for me it's a great pleasure to be here and to represent the European Investment Bank, now the European Climate Bank, because for us climate and certainly mobility is a very, very important issue for all of us, but certainly also for the European Investment Bank. Now, you know very well that innovation is driving the transport and mobility, and that we are now in a situation that we can make the future of mobility a reality, and that is of course a unique position that we have for the moment. And that is of course the very important task not only the European Investment Bank, but of all the banks and so on, to finance this future mobility, because there is a lot of money needed to realize and to make the future of mobility a reality. Innovation and digitalization, you know, that are the two drivers that makes our transport system a very unique endeavor to make these two very important elements, innovation and digitalization, a reality. Of course, we have the technology, and the new technologies are very, very important, but for the second time, the bank is here involved. Because when you speak about technology, new technologies, then you have, of course, the element of the risks. When the risks are too high, in normal situations, bankers say, okay, I don't invest, it's too risky to go in the project, and that is the reason why the European Investment Bank, the Climate Bank, can and must play a very important role to finance not only this future of mobility, but also to be there when other partners, other financial partners say, no, that is not possible, too risky. Now, let me say some words about the lending of the European Investment Bank, and I shall be very quick because it's, I think, very important to say that average, we invest 12 billion euros per year, and you see here the different models, urban, roads, rail, others maritime and air, and you see that it's a little bit fluctuating when you look at different years, but average 12 billion euros a year. And that is not everything. We also invest 2 billion via the banks, the intermediate partners, and also we invest 2 billion euros in R&D. That must be a total of 16 billion euros each year that we put in front. Of course, when you look to urban and certainly to the infrastructure, I think this green one here, that in the future will be very, very important. Now, when we say we are a climate bank, that for us we take the climate and the endeavors and the things that we must finance very seriously. Quickly, I can say that we have a climate bank roadmap that is a very important guideline and map for us. This was discussed in 2019, approved by the board in 2020, and certainly the objectives are very important to emphasize. Financing dedicated to climate action and environmental sustainability to reach 50% of the bank operations in 2025. That is, of course, very, very soon. Support 1 trillion of investments in climate action and environmental sustainability during the period 2021-2030, and alignment, of course, with Paris and other very important goals. And you can read the full document when you are interested on the website of the bank. Now, when you speak about transport, you have, of course, the sustainable mobility and the 4 elements that are essential to reach that sustainable mobility. It must be safe, of course, very, very important. Certainly when you look to the road infrastructure and also the new elements that are coming very soon on the market, autonomous vehicles and so on, that can improve the safe and the accidents dramatically. Accessibility, of course, you see here the connectivity, certainly when you look to the rail infrastructure. It must be green, that for sure, and also efficient. That is, I think, something that is obvious. Now, there are some trends, and you have already, I think, discussed some trends. For us, mobility as a service is one of the main elements where we can put, like I can say, our money in and on. We know that mobility as a service have a lot to offer. It is, of course, in some areas very risky to invest, because we are a bank, that I must say, and a bank is a bank. That means that we are looking, is the project bankable? That means, can you pay back the money that we put in your project? And we have done some very interesting projects already, one in French, Villog, and also in other projects where we indeed put some money in these projects, because we are a big believer of mobility as a service, to combine the different elements and connecting them with the very new technologies in the field. Okay, another very interesting element is connecting and automated driving. I have already said that the safety element can be a very, very important element when you look to the accidents and so on, given that 90% of the road vehicle accidents involves driver error. Automated driving systems can, of course, significantly contribute to reducing road accidents, that's for sure. But also the urban transport sector is very interested and can be a very important role to make this happens. Now, looking and coming back to the finance, it is for me very clear that we need a lot of money. A lot of money to, for example, these two elements, this mobility as a service and connected and automated driving, to make that reality. The risks are higher than in normal situations, mature technologies and so on. That means that we as a public bank must play a very important role. Secondly, we need also the European Commission to make some interesting projects possible and bankable, by example, to give some grants to the project, but also guarantees when we put the money in this kind of projects. Thirdly, and that is, I think, the most tricky element for the moment, that is also the private sector. The private sector must also invest in this future mobility. And when I'm looking back to the last years, there is by the European Commission a very different initiatives already on the table. I can say that last week we have discussed the alternative fuels infrastructure facility. That's a new element that was launched. That is a facility that is around 1.5 billion euros of grants that will be available to projects focusing on infrastructure for renewable and low carbon fuels until 2023. I think that is very important. There is also another facility, the Connecting Europe Transport Blending Facility. In the past, it was very, very important. And I think that with all these combinations, and I repeat, first of all, the involvement of public banks like the European Investment Bank, the Climate Bank. Secondly, the involvement of the European Commission that already launched some very important facilities and initiatives. Thirdly, the private sector that must also put the money on the table to make this future of mobility a reality. That is for us, I think, the main endeavor of mission. We can lend, and that is loans, but also guarantees. I've said coming from the European Commission. We have also equity and so on. blending, that is the combination of loans and guarantees and so on, also with other financial instruments. And last but not least, and that is very important, when you have a project, when you think as city or as a private company, we can do something in the direction of the future of mobility, then the question is, can I have the money to make my idea reality? And before going to the bank, it's very interesting to have an advice about the technical aspects of the project, but also the financial. And certainly the technical aspects is a little bit unique for the European Investment Bank, that we not only give loans and blending and not only financial advisory that normal banks also do, but also this element, this technical advisory is for us a very important added value when you look to projects in transport. Now, we have launched, and that is also very important for you participants, we have launched before the summer a review of the transport lending policy of the bank. That means that the lending policy for transport and mobility must be aligned not only with the climate roadmap bank of climate bank roadmap, but also with other elements like Paris alignment and so on and so on. And there is now, for the moment, a public consultation about what can and must be this lending policy for transport and mobility in the future. And all of you, organizations, but also individuals, can react and can say, I think that the lending policy of the bank, of the European Investment Bank, in the future must go in that direction. And that is a unique situation, and there will be also a seminar in October, and we close the public consultation at the end of October. And then we shall examine all the contributions from all the organizations and also people that reacted on our site, on our internet. And that is, I think, a very unique situation. And I ask you, and I hope that you will react, because when we have no reactions, then we shall invent ourselves what the future of lending will be in the field of transport and mobility. But I hope that a lot of people shall react on this. And this, once again, you're friendly invited to do so. Now, dear participants, I shall conclude because time is running, of course. I think that we have a unique situation, certainly after the COVID-19. I shall not go in detail what the results of the COVID-19 was or is. I can only say that transport and mobility is increasing. Also, the problem of CO2 and so on in transport and mobility is increasing. Thus, we have a very, very huge problem, and we must tackle that with, once again, technology, financing, and so on and so on. Now, to do so, to conclude, we must not only have the importance and put importance on safety, but also the social impact will be very important. We leave nobody alone, and we leave nobody behind. That was, I think, in one of the speeches in the European Parliament, very important, but the social aspect will be also on the table. Now, we need a holistic and multimodal approach is needed in order to meet our sustainable goals and ensure that no one is left behind, like I said before. Today, the importance of innovation and digitalization is, I think, obvious. This means that we also must invest in confidential transport infrastructure. The normal transport infrastructure is also, I think, very important because it is fundamental for the economy and for the economic growth that we must also take in account. To conclude, our collective challenge is to foster green investments and close the investment gap, and the bank, the European Investment Bank and the Climate Bank, will continue to collaborate with the Commission and provide support where possible to make this happen. But of course we need projects, we need people, entrepreneurs, cities, governments and so on to come to us with concrete projects. We are there not only to lend money but also to advise and to help you to make the projects in the future of mobility a reality. I thank you for that, and I hope that we can meet each other very soon with huge projects where your question is, how can we finance this and what can the European Investment Bank, the Climate Bank do for me? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chris Peters, for that presentation. And with that, we shall close our online session for today. But do continue to network and visit our partners on the Expo tab here on this Hop-In platform. We'll be back for the last day of our online session tomorrow at 11 a.m. CET, so I'll be seeing you then. And for those of you joining us later today at the Bella Center Copenhagen, I'll see you in a bit. My name is Jun Young, signing off.